I did the pickup lumberjack from Ugears. I did pickup lumberjack from Ugears. Now we've got top Fuel Dragster. This is not going to be as complex as the pickup lumberjack. You can see just by looking at it. Assemble me, free my superpower. I believe this is going to have some movement to it. You see the coil there, flat spiral spring. That's basically the engine. You can see these little blue lines going over the tire. They're kind of telling you it's going to move. And if you look at this picture here, it's not only going to move, it's going to lift up, which is the way these cars actually work in real life. So if they've made this mechanical model out of wooden gears and springs that like has the same physical properties as the real dragster, that's pretty cool. We're going to find out when we build it. I can read the description here. This superstar drag racing can... The superstar of drag racing can eat up track on 4 wheels or elevate it on the rear wheels. And then it says the same in, I believe it's Ukrainian. This company is from Ukraine. There's some subtle hints to that, but there's also the language. It says here, Ugears race team. I don't know if that's going to be a license plate or what. It says it again here. No, actually that says... Actually, you know what that is? That's the serial number. You see, is that on the outside of the box? Because on the pickup lumberjack, I never could find the serial number. And this one too, it doesn't seem to be on the box. But it's here on the wood. So let me put that up to the camera. So in worst case scenario, I could read that off of the camera tomorrow. It looks like it says UDR8200 by Ugears. So that's good. It's got a serial number. I should look. Maybe I could find the serial number. Not serial number, model number. Maybe I can find the model number to the pickup lumberjack somewhere because I never knew. All right, here's the book. It's like tiny compared to the pickup lumberjacks book. Wow, it's really small. It's only 36 pages. Still too much for one night, but I think it's gonna go quick. The first board I'm looking at here is like all tires. There may not be much else. I mean, it's a dragster. I mean, it's pretty much tires, the fin, engine. There's really not that much going on here. How many boards? That's one board, quite thick. 1, 2, 3. Seriously, 4 boards? I think the pickup lumberjack was about 8 boards. All right, maybe we'll... So today's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. If we can get this done in 3 days, that would be amazing. And then we'd be done with this. All right, here's the... sandpaper. Here's the engine, if you can believe it. It's a spring. Store of kinetic energy. These feel like rubber tires. They're rubber. I guess they're going to be part of the tires. Let's see. Here's the wax. We're going to need that. We're going to wax all the gears so that we get motion out of this. These rubber bands will probably also hold some tension. Let's see if I use the rubber bands. I know that people say you got to use them or it's not going to work. But somehow, when I was doing the pickup lumberjack, I didn't notice when I was supposed to use them, so I never used them. Is there the tool here? I know it's usually like in Ugears. The first thing you do is you pop out the tool. Let's see. Let's open page 1 and see what it says. I don't know what they're showing me here. All right. So we're just going to go right into the engine, which is the same way that pickup lumberjack worked. They do want us to grab the tool first. It's even before the instructions begin with the engine. Why are there 2 1s? There's 1, 2, 3 here, but there's also 1 here. That's confusing to me. Oh, because it builds to this check. Oh, it resets the numbering at every check. 1, check. 1, 2, 3, check. 1, 2, 3. You know, at some point we'll finish and there'll be a check. But the point is, first page has 2 1s and 2 checks. Third page has a 1. We got a lot of caution signs here. So the engine we have to be very cautious about. It's probably what I messed up on pickup lumberjack because mine didn't store any energy. All right, so even before we get to the first one, we have to find the tool. It's easier to pull out some parts with the helper. That's H. H, 2, 1. 1, 2, really. So where's this little helper? There's only 3 sheets. You'd think I'd be able to find it. No, there's 4 sheets, not 3. 4 sheets. They're numbered kind of in order. The numbers just go from like, this sheet is first. These are like the low numbers, so the tool should be on this sheet. You can see the body of the dragster right here. Nick.
What's a dragster?
There it is. There's the dragster.
Aren't these the things that drive so fast, or like engines now?
They can be, and also their front tires lift up. There's a picture on the back of the box of like the front tires lifting up. This had the pickup lumberjack had like 10 sheets. This one only has 4 sheets. So I'm thinking I'm gonna get it done in a week. I just found the piece I was looking for. H, helper.
H. Okay.
Yeah. It's basically a toothpick. So if you ever get a wooden model and it doesn't come with this helper pick, you just use a golf tee. So you can use a golf tee, but the Ugears comes with this H piece, so we're gonna use it. We're just using the golf tee to get out the helper piece. Wow, it is not coming out. There we go. All right, come out from the front, but it's grabbing some of the wood. All right, we got it. All we did was get the helper piece. We're not even at 1 yet. All right, so 1 is, it's 1. It's labeled 1. Something bigger than that. Is that it? Is that 1? I see 11 here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is 1. Yeah, there's the 1. Okay. So it's actually kind of small. I mean, if you'd seen the engine on the pickup lumberjack, it was like quite big compared to this dragster. I guess that's why it's only 4 sheets. I mean, it's like a tiny engine here. All right, there's the first piece. We're now building the dragster. All right, so we need 2, 2, 2, 2. Apparently we need 4 pieces labeled 2. 2, 2, 2, 2. I guess that's them. I'll tell you, everything is coming in smaller than I'm expecting it to be. I'm not calibrated to the size of this build yet. Here's the size of the dragster. You can see it. You can see the size of it right there. One, 2, 3, 4. All right, we got the 4 pieces. Now let's get the orientation correct. Does that look like the Millennium Falcon to anyone else? There's an extra piece here. No, or is there an extra piece here? I forget. It kind of looks like the Millennium Falcon. I just forget which side shouldn't be here. All right, Orientation. We need to flip it over. Okay, flip it over like this. All right, that's good. Now, where do these 4 things go? I see 4 look to be receivers, so I guess that's where they go, right? So this is going to be basically the height of the engine. Probably this piece is going to go on top of these 4 pegs. And in the middle, we're probably going to get the engine and something for the engine to coil around. We'll see. Nice tight fit. Means we need constantly apply wax to get the pieces to fit. But you see that? It didn't fit. And then when I applied the wax, it fit, but with a squeak. So remember to wax up the pieces. Good, nice, tight. I built a few IFIU puzzles in the last week, and they are so loose fitting. They don't come with wax, they come with glue. But the pieces are so loose that like you build it and then it just like falls right apart. Though the Ugears puzzles are like $50 on average, and the IFIU puzzles are like $10 on average. So it's forgivable that they fall apart, but it takes a lot of the fun out of it. It's like you build it and then it just immediately falls apart. All right, so we made our first check mark. That's our first check mark. We took piece 1 and stuck 4 2s in it. Now we're gonna get somewhere. We need 2 3s and I believe it's 1 4, and we're gonna make part of the engine. All right, here's the 2 3s. There's the 4. I'm not sure if I need 1 of them or 2 of them. Let me see if I can get in and look close here. Well, we'll be able to tell. If only 1 fits in there, then we only need 1. If if 2 fit, then we need 2. Trial and error is going to tell us. And again, this is so tiny. They had this same. The weird thing is the spring looks, as I recall, the same size as a pickup lumberjack, but the piece that holds it is like a quarter of the size of this same piece on pickup lumberjack. It's basically the piece that twists the spring and then holds the potential energy of the spring. All right, here's 4. It's a tiny little widget staple type of piece. I don't know if you even can make out. You probably got to put this on a large screen to see what I'm dealing with here. All right, so we're just going to snap this together. There won't be too many of these small pieces, but here's 1. Grease it up, wax it up, whatever. All right. Let's grab a question while we're doing this. What are 3 things you know to be true right here and right now? 3 things? Well, Descartes would say he knows only one thing, that he thinks and therefore he is. Well, let's just start there and say there is one thing. That's one thing. I remember seeing some other movie. For some reason, I'm thinking it might have been Rudy, but I'm not sure, where some religion professor said, in whatever many decades of teaching, I've come up with 2 uncontrovertible facts. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is in Rudy. 1, there's a God, and 2, I'm not him. That's a more profound statement than you might realize. There are some simulationists who consider that they are the God, because they're in charge of their own personal rendering. That doesn't make you a God. Anyway, it's an interesting statement. And I think I'm going to go with those 3. I think therefore I am, there's a God, and I'm not him or her. whatever. I don't think God even really cares about gender, but whatever. All right, so we made this piece, and now we need to do two things. It needs to get 5s on both sides, and it needs to go through the spring. And I'm kind of pausing here because I'm not really sure the order of things. So here's the spring. Here's the 2 5s. There's the piece we already built. It looks like I put it in the spring first, and then I put the 5s on. Let's get the orientation correct. All right, so the spring goes this way. The piece goes this way. Now, how deep does that piece go? And is it expected to catch this at all? I'm looking ahead to the next page to make sure I've still got the orientation correct. All right, I think those 2 pieces are going to kind of lock the spring in. So those are 5s. So let's grab the 2 5s. By the way, I was watching, I did the haunted house yesterday. It was kind of an easy puzzle, but it was Halloween themed. So I did it yesterday because yesterday was Halloween, if you're watching this out of order. And then I was watching it today. I forget even why. I think YouTube like put it on my suggestion, so I just clicked on it. And for some reason it advanced to like the 34th minute or something like that, which was right in the middle of the build. So I was watching it, and I watched it for like 5 minutes, and I was like, it's pretty good content. I mean, but I will say that I followed it up with saying, but I don't know who would have time to watch it. It's kind of like how I used to watch baseball games. I would just like put them on in the background, not paying very close attention. So I guess the 2 options for this type of video would be, 1, put it on in the background and pay no attention to it. Like, for example, falling asleep or doing some work just to have some noise going. Or 2, you're actually doing the puzzle and following along. Doing the puzzle and following it along is a limited size audience, but it's there's no limit to it over time. For example, someone could buy this puzzle 10 years from now, and I don't know how many full builds will be online that show every second of the build, and it's like, someone might watch this video 10 years from now because they buy this puzzle and they feel, they feel like following along. But like, what kind of weirdo would watch it just to leave it on? I'll tell you, I haven't met such a person, but they probably exist, because there's a guy who opens MREs and eats them. Like, that's his whole channel. I mean, he might add a couple of factoids while he's doing it, but basically MREs, like military meals ready to eat, he opens them up and he eats them. It's like 20-minute video. He opens it up, he talks about it, and then he eats it. That's the video. There's like a coffee and a tea, and sometimes there's a little heater there. And that's the guy's whole channel. And let me tell you something, I'm one of the people who watches that channel. And there have been days where I've watched like 10 of them. I don't know how closely I pay attention. I kind of leave it on in the background while I'm working on other stuff, and then he'll be like, okay, let's check out this navy bean soup or whatever. And I'll flip back for a second, like, let me get a look at that navy bean soup. That sounds good. That sounds interesting. All right, so I push these circles back as far as they go, and they don't seem that tight. And I'm wondering if I didn't push them back far enough, or if they're just supposed to have some space on them. I'm trying to get in close and look, and I believe that they can't go back any further because there's like a block. If you remember what this piece looked like, when we built it, there's like a block and it can't go onto that block. The spring goes onto that block, but the problem is there's a little bit of room. Anyway, whatever it is, I'm not going to worry about it. Now, we have 3 cautions here. This is a big deal. What we're about to do on this page is if we don't do it right, our engine's not going to run. So give me a second. I'm not going to tell any stories or answer any questions. I'm going to study this image. I'll think aloud so you can follow along. So this piece is sitting here. This is going to go through it. And then these pegs here are going to be threaded through this spring. And that's the part that we have to get right. And I tell you, so far, I'm looking for clues. So one of the clues is that this box, if you remember the pin that holds the 2 halves of this together, this is going to go above the spring and above this piece. Second clue. Second clue is an issue because it means we've already screwed up, by the way. This spring is facing the wrong way. If you look here, this is here, and then the spring is here, and the first caution says that the spring is supposed to be that way. It is not that way. I'm about to flip it, take off one of these caps and flip it around. So that's why there's 3 caution. There's 3 caution images here on one page. Because if you screw up this page, your dragster is never going to work. Sorry. Try to get it right. Take the time. All right, so the first caution, this one's not even marked a caution, but it's the first sort of check, is that you have this dot on top. Second check is this hook is the orientation is such that the open end is like south of this pin, if you want to call it that, clockwise of the pin. Let's call it that. All right, now the next checkpoint. We're going to drop this into here, and then we're going to study the threading. And the way it has to thread is 1, 2, and now on the 3rd lap, it's going to go over the northeast corner, and then it's just going to keep going. So, all right, let's figure this out. So 1, 2, 3. That seems really tight. Do I have that correct? All right. I wish I knew where that. Okay, let's just assume. Let's just take them at their word. All right. So this is 1. This is 2, and this is 3. So 3 is going to go over this guy. And then he's going to continue over the other 4. I'm getting some resistance. Yes, it was accidentally looped. All right, let's do this right. I'm really trying hard because my engine on pickup lumberjack didn't work. So I really wanted to work on this dragster. I'm having to uncoil it a little bit. All right, let's take a minute to study the picture. 1, 2, 3, go out. All right, trying to get the orientation to match. 1, 2, 3. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So you have to go out further? Have to go out sooner? Yeah, it's got to go out sooner. If I'm going to match the picture. I don't know if it really matters, but it's going to match the picture. All right. It's still not matched. I feel like I'm stretching this spring out, but I don't know what choice I really have. All right, that's good. That looks good. All right. Now, this circle we have to get down in here. Now, I don't know if we have to get it flush or push it through. It doesn't say verbally. My tendency is to think flush, but it doesn't say. All right, now I have to put the top on, which is 6. And then presumably 6 will have a corresponding hole, which will also be flush. So we're gonna feel good once we get 6 on. That's our engine block. Of course, there's gonna be more pieces, but that's the base, foundation, main component, whatever you want to call it. I mean, the spring is there. That's what's going to drive this. All right. It was humid today, so I'm sticking to the paper. And I remember that was happening when I was doing the last one of these, like, all right, maybe it's sticky paper. I don't know. All right. So we want to get, there's no receivers for the 4 pegs. This is the wrong piece. Why did I grab this piece? It said 6. This is 11. This is not the right piece. All right. Well, that was ridiculous. You probably were typing in the comments and the chat box that I'm an idiot. I grabbed the wrong piece. All right. Wow, this piece looks even more like the Millennial Falcon than the other one. All right, there's 6. Tough to read the orientation on this. It may not have one. There is it. Nope, there isn't. It's symmetrical. Right? Do you see anything that's not? Do you see anything that tells you the orientation? I think it's symmetrical. Yeah, all right. Time to do this. So we have to attach 4 pins, and we have to get the circle flush. While I do that, let's do the next question. Who was the last person you cried in front of? What brought your tears on? I actually already told this story on a live stream. It was Game of Thrones, the episode where the king dies in the first season, but it wasn't his death that made me cry. It was the scene before that when he was having dinner with everybody, but you knew that he was near the end, and he was happy. It ended up, once he left the room, that party went off the rails, but at least while he was there, he was happy. And I think the writers expected us to have an emotional reaction. I mean, that scene was made to be a tearjerker, I'm pretty sure. I don't think my reaction was like off base. I don't usually cry at movies. I know that it's considered like a good sign for a movie when people cry. It's not something that I normally do, but I guess I just really got into that scene. You know, I'll tell you, it also reminded me of reality. I don't remember when my grandparents went through it. Maybe they did. But, for example, my dad, he had a 75th party, and then he had an 80th party, you know, and in between he had a 50th anniversary party, and he never threw so many parties as you know, now that he's like 75 plus. And I think it's the same reason with that king. It's like my dad's in great shape. Let me just say that. I don't want to seem like like he has anything to worry about. Yeah, I mean, but he's, you know, he's in his 82nd year, and none of us live forever. So I think that he's already in that mode where he is like having dinner with the family can mean so much. You know, it's like can be such a happy thing, especially if it's like an extended family. There's 5 kids in my family, and you know, there's probably take me a minute to count, but it's double digits for the grandkids. You know, well into the double digits. It might be 20. I don't know. I gotta think about it. But anyway, whoever is over my dad's place, I mean, he cherishes every second. I'm sure my mom does too. So I don't know why I'm targeting my dad with that comment. Maybe because you know, it was a king in the Game of Thrones. I don't know. It's I wasn't necessarily thinking about my dad when I was crying. I was just crying at good filmmaking. But you know, it's definitely I'm mentioning my dad because it jives with reality. I got 3 of the 4 pins in, and I'm worried about this pin, this last pin. I don't want to break it. I'm going to take my glasses off so I can, like, wow, I got to have some system where I could flip these glasses off at any moment, because it's such a time saver. Because when I take my glasses off, I can see what the hell I'm looking at, and it saves so much time. Yeah, I got to start doing that. I got to start flipping the glasses off, because when I have them on, it's like everything just looks like mud and I can't see a damn thing. And then as soon as I flip them off, I can see all the angles. Like basically I'm just feeling around when my glasses are on, but then when I take them off, I can see what I'm doing. And yeah, and now it's done. So I got to remember to do that so I don't waste your time. All right, so the 4 pins are in, but this piece is not flush. Now it is. All right. So there's our engine block. Looks like a little Millennium Falcon. All right, what's next? Did we get a check mark for that? Not yet, huh? We got to do something here. We got to wind this or something. What are they asking us to do? Here's the 3rd caution. And I'm not even sure what this is trying to say. It's saying to spin this clockwise. And what am I supposed to do with this? I'm supposed to attach it somewhere. Where do I attach it? To this pin. I'm supposed to attach it to that pin. But that's crazy. Oh, I guess it's not crazy. I guess I'm going to wind it so much that it's going to fit. So I have to wind this clockwise until I can attach this hook to this pin. That's never going to happen. All right, I guess it is going to happen. Let's see. I mean, looking at it now, I don't see how it's ever going to happen, but let's see. There's nothing happening. Is anything happening? It doesn't feel like it's ever going to happen. But let's see. Let's keep winding it here. No, there it is. There's something happening. All right, maybe we're going to get a working engine this time. Wow, I can like feel it and hear it. Yeah, we're getting something now. In fact, it's becoming difficult to wind this. It's like so much going on here. We don't have the loop yet, though. This loop, we got to get onto that piece. And I think it's going to take quite a bit of power to get this. I mean, what if I had weak hands? How would we get this to work? Because I have to hold it so it doesn't snap back. And what is that jumping sound? It's obviously doing something when it makes that sound, but I'm not sure what. The loop is not getting any closer to the pin. I feel like I'm just revving my engine here. like I'm stripping, like it feels like when, you know, when you're stripping a screw and it's like nothing's happening. It's kind of what it's feeling like now. Like maybe it's not supposed to make that click sound. Yeah, there's nothing happening here. We're not, it's not getting any closer. All right, let's see here. Or is it? Is it getting closer or not? I feel like every time it makes that pop sound, I'm losing progress. What if I put this in? Does that make sense? Can I force it in there? Or do I have to twist it in there? Or, I got an idea. What if I go this way to get there? Does that make sense? Is that cheating? No, you can't, because it needs to be, I need to get one more loop before I can get this here. Do you remember when I switched it in the beginning to get one less loop in there? I think that was a mistake. I think I should have, I think the further you put it out, the better. Because you need to fit it all in here. And I don't think that's going to happen. No, it will. You can, there's plenty of room. Come on. Plenty of room. You're going to make this happen. Stopped clicking. That seems like a bad thing. All right, I got something. I got a hold of something here. All right, here we go. It's time to make it catch. We got to get this to catch on here. I think we got it. It's on. It is on, but when I let go, is it going to fly off? I think it is. All right, give me a second here. All right, that is on, but how do I lock it in? All right, 180. Well, it says flip it 180. All right, so we turn this, we lock this, and then it says flip it 180, and then turn the page. But it doesn't say if I'm allowed to let go of this pin or not, because I think bad things are going to happen when I let go of it. All right, I'm going to slowly, all right, nothing bad happened. There it is. We built the engine. It's in there. It's looped, and it's in there. We built the engine. What time is it? 53 minutes? Well, maybe we're only going to get the engine done tonight. All right, what's the next instruction? All right, we need 4 8s and a 7. We're supposed to flip this over. Seems like a precarious time to do that, but okay. All right, 4 8s and a 7. Here are the 8s. They're tiny, by the way. So tiny. Wow. One strike knocked out. I did 2 strikes. I knocked out 4 of them. Those are the 8s. Where's the 7? What does the 7 look like again? Looks like a little fan blade. There it is. There's the 7. Tell you, these Ugears make good puzzles. You know, maybe I haven't been in the puzzle community long enough to know if there's someone better. But They're the best people I've ever worked with. They're really good. The best outfit, I should say. All right, how does this go? The blades have a direction to them, so I have to get the direction correct. And in fact, there's another caution symbol, like caution, idiot. You better get the direction correct. Not you, I'm the idiot. I'm sure you're very smart. All right, so I think that's the correct direction. What I don't know is what I'm supposed to do with those sevens. It actually shows them being put into this piece before it gets attached here. But that can't be right. And it shows that they need sandpaper and wax. Are they part of this fan? Is that what they're like? Yeah, I think they're part of the fan. So like the fan is gonna get a little bit bigger because I'm gonna put in these 4 sevens. Yeah, that's it. This better not be a gear, because this is a bad design for a gear. I mean, these pieces, they're gonna pop out, right? Why would they do this? This should be just one piece. Okay, it's not a gear. They're just, for some reason, sticking these 4 pieces in here. I don't know why. Seems insane to me, but okay. All right. What happened here? It's no longer flush. All right, now it is flush. All right, now put this piece on. By the way, the next piece is a gear that we put on top of this. So this is somewhat of a gear. Now, why you would put floating pieces in a gear in the engine, I mean, they're just asking for trouble. Let's see, maybe it's going to work out great, but I tell you, it seems like a risky decision to me. I mean, it might fall out before I even get it on. I mean, come on. Put these 4 little nub pieces into this fan blade, and then I have to snap it on here? I mean, this is crazy. After we just dealt with that engine. All right. I spun it around. Make sure I got it going the right way. Let's try again, because it didn't work the first time. All right. Take the glasses off. That's the key to the superpowers. Take the glasses off. See what the hell you're doing. Wow, so easy without the glasses. Who invented glasses? They just ruined people's eyesight. All right, 9 and 10. 9 is a locking pin and 10 is a gear. Where is 9? There's 9. Very happy to see that. A little skeptical about this 10 piece. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's it. It's going to go right on that saw blade. And in fact, it's going to open up those floating pieces. Okay. This is potentially something pretty cool. Well, I'm curious to see how that's going to work. Maybe it's not going to work. But if it does work, it should be pretty cool. All right, locking pin is on. Let's take off the glasses so we can see what's going on here with this gear. So the gear is gonna kind of there's a caution here. Was the caution telling me that I'm supposed to do the circle first or the gear first? I don't know. I guess if it doesn't work, then I did it wrong. All right, the next caution is the orientation of this. See, there's this way And then there's this way. This is the right way. Don't do it the other way. Now, how do we get this on? I'm trying to get it into the those floating pieces. You know, I'm not sure. Actually, are these different lengths? Do they alternate between the floating pieces and the non-floating pieces, or are they all the same length? It's really hard to tell. If it's hard to tell, then they must be the same length. But what if they're not? I think this is correct. Well, that is definitely not a gear unless, I don't know, unless it goes both ways and one way is a brake to prevent it from going back too far and the other way it goes forward. But the other way it doesn't catch anything. But when you go back, it catches. See that? It catches going back. It doesn't catch going forward. That could be correct or that could be incorrect. I don't know. Time will tell. I don't want to assume that's correct. I'm just going to kind of keep an eye on it. All right, they're like throwing a lot of cautions at us right now. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cautions on this page. So pardon me for taking a minute to get it right. All right, now the next caution is, remember this piece we knocked out by accident, number 11? We're going to put that on, and then we're going to start building something new. But it's not really going to lock on. It's just going to, like, see this pin we put on? It's just going to rest on top of that. And the caution is to make sure that everything's lined up here. And by the way, it's not. These things are not lined up. I'm not sure I even can get them lined up. I mean, the pins are in, so it can't be that bad. All right, well, I have it facing the right direction. I assume that I'm going to get it lined up when we lock something on from this side, which is maybe what we're building next. Actually, I can tell, look a few squares ahead, and yes, that's exactly what we're building next. So we need 2 14s, a 12, and a 13. 2 14s, a 12, and a 13. Those are 15s. You know, if I put headphones in, I'd be able to hear myself, and then I would hear if it went out. I don't know why I don't do that. Maybe I'll start doing that. But then it'll just be like, I'll do it. I'm not going to do it tonight, but I'll at least experiment with it tomorrow, let's say, if I remember. Here's the 2 14s. Be very careful not to break these pieces. They're like, you know, they were like against each other, which is kind of a weird way to do it. All right, now we're looking for 12. All right, 12 is kind of a big, weird piece. It's L-shaped. So when it takes weird curves like that, those are exactly the type of pieces that break when you're pushing them out. So we need a plan. We can't push too hard on one side or it'll snap at the joint. So we kind of need to get this out. I think if we put it close to the desk, we can't push it too far because there's nowhere to go. You hit the desk. I can't seem to get it. Let's try let's try their tool. I don't want to try something I make up. All right. We got it. I know it looks like nothing, but trust me, you break that piece, and this is, by the way, going to connect to the engine. It's not a piece you want to break. All right. The orientation. They're suggesting we use wax. I'm not sure where you would put the wax. Maybe on these two little nubbins. All right. Now how do we do this? Put the clamp on first, I think, like this. That's tight. And then we put these on. Which joint do they go on? It's the circle. They go on the circle. That indicates motion. Usually when it's on the circle, it's gonna spin. See how it's like circle, it can spin? But it also means that it's loose. So we can't stop until it's secure. You know, there needs to be something on the end there to keep it secure. All right, let's take a minute to study if we even did that right. All right, so looking at it from up here, yeah, that looks good. Are they supposed to lock to that clamp in any way? If I went in a little tighter, could I get them to lock on the clamp? And am I supposed to? It doesn't look like they line up, so I'm probably not supposed to. Let me study here again. No, it just sits on the outside. All right. So now we're going to attach this to this. With a lot of caution. Oh, is that what these three are? They match up with those three? Oh, that's cool. That's gonna make life easier. I'm just making sure I got everything right. So this little thing goes in the front, same spot as that. You have to get them on at least somewhat the same time because it goes through that circle. I'll tell you, things are going to be locked in tight once we get this in. All right, we got one side in, the other side in. All right, how far down do we push it? As far as it'll go, I guess. Ooh, I heard a snapping sound. That can't be good. All right. I think it was the internals here moving around. Is that good? This guy moves. Is that correct? No, it's not correct. This piece is supposed to be down in between. I'm not sure which pieces. I think the first two, maybe. All right. This is supposed to be in the first two. I'm not sure if I can get it in there without taking it apart, or at least a little bit, slide it off a little bit. All right, now it's in there. Okay, that's good. All right, well, good thing they put that little caution. I probably wouldn't have noticed that. All right, so this piece, particularly this piece that fits onto it, it goes in between these first two boards, the two that are close together. Might be 5 and 11 or 6 and 11, I'm not sure. One of them's 11. Made a little seesaw here. All right. Enough admiring the seesaw. All right. Just give me 1 second to grab a drink of water. So we're at, what time stamp are we at? 70 minutes? I could stop now because everything is tied together tight. But I see that the next page, we're still working on the engine block. So I think let's continue a little bit. And let's try to at least get the engine done today. All right. Ooh, rubber band. This rubber band is gonna go between these two pieces, I think. How does it go? See, it's not clear. I think it's saying like loops around one and to the other. You know, I haven't had good luck with these rubber band pieces on other models, but let's try again. I also don't know really what size. They're telling me in millimeters. I have a caliper. I don't know. It's saying 12 millimeters. The 12 millimeter, you know, rubber band. Let's see. You know, this review program is amazing because not only do they give me stuff to review, but they give me all the tools I need to work with them. Yeah, that's 12 millimeters. I mean, they don't tell me what to select. I just, you know, as you go along, you figure it out. But some things, for example, the actual streaming is coming from this iPad, which I paid for myself. They don't give you the iPad. They could give you like a kid's tablet, which is probably like a $50 tablet. I don't think the stream would look good if I used that. So I'm using an iPad Pro 2021 14 megapixel camera, something called like Center Stage or something like that. I forget what it was called. Hopefully it looks good from your perspective. All right, so this rubber band, I'm still trying to figure out. All right, it looks like it hooks on one side and then it loops around and hooks on the other side. And when it does that, it goes above this piece, which I think it would do anyway. I don't think I really have a choice in that matter. What I don't get is how they show it like this piece like staying up to make it like come down, because I think it's not going to do that. I think I just lift it over here and it's a straight line. But maybe when I pick it up, then it does that. Yeah, that looks good. Check out the action on that. So we put the rubber band from here to here, and this is underneath. And now when we sort of seesaw this side, the rubber band pulls it back down and it keeps this inside piece from pulling out. I don't know if you saw, but before when I was testing it, it would like come out too far. That's now not going to happen because of the rubber band. So that was good. So we got the spring in, we got the first rubber band on. Everything's flush. I would say so far so good. Our engine's working. We have a gear that moves in one direction. Oh no, the gear is not moving. Before I locked this top on, it was moving in one direction but not the other. I don't know if it doesn't look like it's moving at all right now. Wow. Well, what do you think? Should I take this thing apart and figure out why that's not moving? Maybe I gotta lift this side up a little bit. Maybe it's just being pinched. All right, see if it moves now. Still not moving. I like completely lifted this off and it's still not moving. All right, maybe I gotta lift this up. That could be part. Yes, now it moves. Now it moves. So this is actually, this thing, this spring, it's a lock. When I lift that up, now the gear moves. It still doesn't move. Well, actually, it's moving in both directions now. And when I move it in this direction, look what happens. The engine moves. The spring gains energy. The spring stores energy. This engine is looking to me like it's working. You know, I'm not an expert on model toy engines, but I think it's working. Although if I host this show for a year, I guess I will be an expert. But so far, I just think it works. All right. If you can believe it, we're about to put the control panel on. It's piece number 16, and it rests on two 15s. You're gonna see on the, there it is. There's 16. Stop, start. As I recall from other builds, these are not for a model-sized driver. These are for the human using the toy. That's how they make the controls. Let's see. That's how it was last time. Let's see how it is this time. All right, and then here's the two 15s. Let's carefully get those out. They have 5 pins on the outside. I don't want anything to break. All right. It's like such a shame when you break a piece just pushing it out of the wood. I don't know why some pieces fall out and some pieces break on the way out. But the first 15 came out pretty easy. This second one is, as you see, holding on in the face of a lot of force that I'm putting into this pick. Yeah, that thing is jammed. Let me try from the other side. The problem with going from the other side is sometimes you peel off the finish when you push out from the wrong side. By the way, it's not out. It's like still stuck in there. All right, finally it's out. All right, what do we gotta do? Caution, get the start at the sort of bottom and do like this. I just broke it. Wow. Wait a minute. Am I supposed to break it? Yeah, there's an accordion there. You see that? You see those lines there? I call them accordions. This piece of wood is slanted. It has a dip in it. But that dip lines up with the accordion, and that's probably why they give us the caution, because if you tried to go the other way, you would break the wood. But the accordion bends. That's the whole point of it. It was scary when it happened, though. I thought I'd broken the piece of wood, but it just was a piece with a bend in it. All right, gotta get this in here. Got it. All right, what do we do with it now? All right, it's gonna go, this piece that we've been playing around with is gonna attach to that. The stop goes into this half. There we go, 2 attachments, 2 receivers. We're looking good. All right, there we go. Start, stop. Remember we were talking about how when you lift this up, you can spin this gear, but when you drop it down, you can't? Well, guess what? Down is stop, and it says start here. So when you start here, it lifts up, and now the gear moves. When the gear moves, it turns that, which is stores the kinetic energy in the spring. I think we can sort of see how this engine's gonna work. It's going pretty good. I think it's going pretty good. Let's see here. Now, 2 17s and an 18. And they say wax up the 18. It has some slots in it that do something, I guess. Here's the 18. Gotta punch them out. Can't like start twisting it, it'll break. Wow, this is way too much drama for just pushing pieces out of the wood. All right. There's 18. Now I need 2 17s. There they are. Right next to each other. Now, the instructions say to wax up these slits in the 18. Tell me how I'm supposed to do that. Maybe just put the corner in there? Yeah, that worked. Looked like it wouldn't, but it worked. Now, what do I do with this? First, I attach these pieces to it. Put the ink on the outside. The ink is those 3 X's. I don't know if it's an ink or a burn, but let's just call it art. Put the art on the outside. All right. This H is ready to do something. It goes right underneath that stop button. No, the stop or the start? It goes underneath the start. Yeah, the receivers are only on the start side, so we couldn't have messed up. Look at this. There's going to be a lot attached there. You can tell. My glasses are getting busted doing this job every night. They're like becoming completely loose. I feel like I need to get something where the frame doesn't come off. I just like pop the lens up. Does that thing exist? I know they have that for sunglasses. I need that for like regular glasses. I like flip something and the lenses come out. Can you see that connection I'm trying to make there? Because I barely can see it. But we're gonna make it happen. There we go. It's in. Nice. That is looking good. So there's like stopping points here. I don't know if they're pushed open with the force of this or if I need to put something else in. I just locked it in. I don't know if I was supposed to. I could pull it out if that's wrong. Let's see what the directions say. Well, the directions don't mention it, but I'm sure they'll get to it eventually. So we need 3 19s. 3 19s. And we're going to stick them. Ooh, we got to be careful. Where are we going to stick them? We're going to skip these 2. We're going to stick the 19s there and there and there. And we're going to make sure that the nubs are sticking outward, because that's what the directions say. There's a 17. So they gave us an extra 17, or maybe they're going to need it. Here's the 19s. Sometimes tough to get the small pieces out, but at least small pieces are less likely to break. All right, nubs out. All right, let's go in here. Do they recommend we grease them up? No, they don't. All right, I guess they're gonna go right in. Let's see. I feel like I'm squeezing where we just put that spring in. Hopefully that's not something bad. Wow. Looks good, didn't sound good. All right, 2 more. Take off glasses to achieve superpower. Just like Superman. Takes off his glasses to get superpowers. No, he doesn't get the superpowers from taking his glasses off. The glasses are his disguise. Just kind of a coincidence. Wow, that is not fully in. Gotta go back to this one. Try it again. Yeah, all right, that's better. This one. Come on, get in there. Oh my goodness. I'm spending a lot of time on these 3 nothing pieces. Come on, one of you go in without a struggle. All right, there you go. That one went in without a struggle. All right, what's next? All right. 220s and 221s. There's my 220s. Where's my 221s? Right here. My son got his first college acceptance today, and it was to the college I graduated from, Siena. I had sent a clip of my son dunking a basketball to the basketball coach, because they usually, like, for example, this year they have a 17-man team, which means they have 5 walk-ons. And I just thought, they only have like 600 boys in the whole school, and a lot of them play other sports or don't play any sports. And I just thought, like, if they take 5 walk-ons every year as practice players, like, you know, if they've got a kid who's 6'5" and can dunk and dribble and shoot, I mean, you know, maybe they'll take him. Who knows? Let's see what happens. All right, so the 220s go in these 2 remaining spots. I think we all could have guessed that. And then the circles go on here. I don't know if we just like push them all the way down, or if we stop at some point. It actually shows them turning, but I think it's a reference to turning this. Like, make sure you can turn it. I think it's what they're trying to say. All right, so nubs out again. Yeah, this one's got longer nubs. All right, so take glasses off, activate superpowers. My son is not just tall, he's very athletic. He's just not very disciplined. He has like world records in video games, so that's how much time he spends on being an athlete. He spends much more time on being a gamer, basically. But you never know. You know, people settle into a groove in college. You just never know. I don't think anyone predicted I was going to be MVP of my college team when I started college. I didn't even show up. I missed like 2/3 of the season. I missed the indoor season completely my freshman year. And then I showed up like halfway through the outdoor season. And, you know, I still was the MVP. And then, of course, that was at Marist. And then at Siena, I was again the MVP. So, you know, you never know. I was walk-on, you know. So I was walk-on at both schools, but won the MVP regardless. I'm not predicting my son's going to win the MVP. I think it's a lot more difficult at a Division I college team. I'm a basketball team. I was doing track. It's much easier. Also in track, it's like you just show up and do it. You don't need like anyone's permission or anything. You achieve the times or the distances and you win. You know. All right. So it says to make sure you can turn it clockwise, and I can turn it clockwise. So I think we're going to stop here for tonight. We did it self-contained. We built the engine. It stores kinetic energy. All the gears move. We have a stop and start button. Did you see that? When I pressed down the start, it went. That was cool. So we had, in fact, stored the kinetic energy. All right, so here's the engine from the dragster. Here's the instructions. We were only up to page 8, but I mean, we built the engine. It was important work. It was very careful work that we had to do without mistake, and we did it. So now we're going to move forward from page 8. Oh, go in or stay out? Yeah. Here's the thing about that question. What do they mean by in or out? I mean, I like to have often tea on my porch, you know, the back of my house. I just go outside and have tea. And when I used to go every single day to Manhattan, one of my favorite things to do was in the morning have coffee on the sort of balcony of the Staten Island Ferry. So that's outside, but for some reason I'm not sure that's what they mean by out. Like if by out they mean like go somewhere where I have to pay like a cover charge and the drinks cost like $25, then that's not anything I'm interested in. By the way, on this page 8, we're starting something new. So we definitely stopped at the right place. So at the end of page 7, we got a check mark for testing the engine, which, by the way, I tested this not only on camera yesterday, but I tested it like an hour ago, showing it to my sons. I mean, they weren't as impressed as I'd hoped, but they did test it. They did, or at least curious enough to press on the start button and see what happened. All right, so we finished the engine, and now we're building something new. But looking forward only one page, you can see that the engine is going to be mounted to this thing that we're building. So what does that make this? Engine mount? Is that the word for it, or is there something fancier? All right, anyway, we need 23 and 22. So we're still basically on the first page here. First board. We got to get moving. There's going to be a pin going through these pieces in a minute. You can see. Wow. Wow. Why is this board not coming out? I should say this piece not coming out. And then when they don't come out, when they finally do come out, they need to be sanded because something was really tight, and then you have to like basically snap it out, and it usually gets a splinter, and then you need to sand the splinter off. I don't know if this piece, you sometimes don't know until you go further in the build how important that sanding is. So you basically have to do it. I mean, this sheet will tell you, it says both sand and wax. But that's on the next, that's on 2. We're on 1. Doesn't say anything on 1. So it's the pieces that go over this, but if there's a splinter, I'm going to sand it. All right. Does anyone remember which piece is 22 and which is 23? I probably should have kept them separate. All right, at this point, we're guessing. No, they're different. This one's fatter. I'm pretty sure that that's 23. Okay, here's how you can tell. This fat part on 22, it's on like the tweezers, and on 23, it's around where the pin goes. So those are probably going to line up. Those two like fat parts are going to line up, I think. Let's see. So kind of scissor these together. They're not together. Do I have to force them? I don't want to break them. All right. They did not go together. They're definitely supposed to go together. So what's the problem here? What do you think? Sandpaper, wax? Let's try them both. Wow. Now I can't get them apart. Okay. I don't want to sand off important stuff. I want to stop after I get, you know, little stray pieces. We have to sand this body too. Splinters. We want to sand off splinters. We don't want to sand off anything more than that. All right, let's try again. Let's get the orientation right. All right, let's look here. So this, yeah, that's how they're supposed to go. If I get it all the way on this, it looks totally doable. Why did it stop? What did it get caught on? Oh, I see. This probably caught on this. All right, so when we get caught, we got to pull it apart for a second and continue pushing down, and then it should go. Let's see if we can do that. There we go. Nope. Thought we had it. Let's try that again. What the heck? Is it like sticking again on something else? Oh yeah, it's sticking on this. See that hole there? That's what it's sticking on. All right, I got it. That's the answer. Pull it apart while pushing down, because if you pull them apart and pull down, then this table kind of pushes from the other direction. So we did it. We built that little stupid stick. All right, now what we need here, and again, they're warning us about sanding and waxing, is a 24 and two 25s. There's another 18. Interesting. There's 24. And the 25s were surrounding it. This thing fits perfectly with the 25. There we go. All right, they said sand them. We're going to sand them. They say wax them. We're going to wax them. I mean, as a general rule, wax every gear. In one of these Ugears puzzles, you definitely want to wax all the gears, because those are the turning parts. And if you don't wax them, the thing doesn't turn. And if it doesn't turn, your vehicle doesn't move. So we wax them all. Oh, I see I need to adjust my camera a little bit. The instructions are not on the screen. See if I can get that a little bit better. How's that? Yeah, that'll do just nicely. All right, how far can I push this on? You see, there's a second ridge, and I'm not sure if I'm supposed to go to it or not. I think I am, which means I need to push this thing on. And now if I'm wrong, then it's gonna break. And we'll have wasted all our time and money and effort. But it must go on because, I mean, it just must. I mean, come on. What other point would this ridge have? All right, it's on. All right, do you hear that sound? That was me almost breaking the piece. All right, locking pin. Well, this is why they said to sand and wax, because they knew it was going to be a tight fit. And then we have to do the other pin on the other side. And it looks like this pin is going to stop around here. Yeah, there we go. Looks cool. Was that an axle or something? I don't know. Find out soon enough, I guess. All right, so now we need 26, and we're going to attach this stick first, and then on the next panel, we're going to attach the engine. All right, so 26 is a major piece. By the way, it has the logo on it. Here it is. This is the piece. I mean, okay, there it says 26, but it has this logo here. I think they're saying make sure the logo is pointed out, printed side out. You know, I think we know that. But anyway, that logo says Ugears race team. And people who know more about dragsters probably can spot exactly what piece this is based on the shape. Maybe I even can, I'm not sure. All right, so where does this go? Oh, there's only one circle, so I guess that's where it goes. Circles spin. I mean, that's like, when you get a circle in a wooden build, that's like a sign that that piece is going to spin, because that's what circles do, they spin. All right, so now I have to put the engine on. And I need to read how that is going to happen. So to finish that inside or outside question, I like outside in terms of fresh air, not so much in terms of going to parties. I mean, I know that you have to do it, especially like family and weddings, but like most parties, I don't have the time for or the patience for. All right, let me see here. I remember when I was a kid, I would be like jealous of people who went to parties. And then as I got older, especially when I started working, I guess it's like not polite to not invite people. So I would get invited to work parties. And now it's like, oh man, this is like so stupid. I'm like wasting several hours here. I mean, it's like I could have used these 5 hours for something. I'm still trying to figure out how to attach this engine. And the reason why it's slowing me down is not the connections. I see those. Here's the, well, things kind of moved a little bit overnight, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are going to go here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here's the first problem. There's only 5 receivers. But there's another problem, and that is that I'm not sure where this pole fits into all of this. Does it just go like underneath? You know, I'm still trying to figure this out. Okay, it looks like it goes this direction. Yeah, it shows 5 connections. Okay, apparently there's only 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, there's no connection there. Whatever. All right, so that actually makes things easier because it not being like, basically I know that I'm right because because the third row only has 1 connector. It helps to know that I'm doing it right. All right, I got these 3 lined up. And then on the other side, there should only be 2. And those 2 appear to be lined up. Not sure, maybe not perfect there. I'm gonna nudge this one a little bit. I feel like I need to be wearing glasses that have 14 megapixel camera in them so that you can actually see what I see. Am I even on the camera? I think I wasn't. Can maybe see it going in right there. See the connectors. And then here, see 3 connectors. There's no connector there. So 3 and 2. You're seeing this one from this angle as well. There we go. This gear is kind of getting trapped in there a little bit. Let's make sure the circle is in before we click this. All right. I mean, it pops out, but at least we know it's not like completely off. These connectors are not all tight. That's why I keep playing with this. I want all 5 connections to be flush if possible. I can't even see this one. This is the toughest one to see right here. All right, I think we're good. So what does that look like? I'm not really sure. I think that looks like, where's the engine in a dragster? Do you think I installed this upside down or on the wrong side? Let's take another look at the picture. They're not giving us a check mark until the end of this page, which, like, I'll just pretend there's one here because I need to know that I'm doing this right. All right, we connected the engine. Looks like teeth down here. We got the racing logo on the outside. We got this here. I think we're good. All right, now, giving us another caution on number 29. They're very concerned about this part. See this caution here? I don't know what they're trying to say. It looks like the other 4. I don't know. I don't know what they're getting at. I guess they're just saying make sure it goes to the right place over here. So we need 27, 28, and 29. 28, okay. 28 and 29 are going to go through 27, which we need to wax up. And then we get a check mark. 27, 28, and 29. All right. Here's 27. Looks like the speeder that Luke drove on Tatooine in the first movie. I don't know. Looks a little bit like that. All right. And then this next one almost looks like a TIE fighter. So I don't know. What? There's 2 27s? Oh, I guess we're going to be doing this on the other side too. Here's the full body, if we ever get to that. Spark plugs built in. All right, where's 29? Is it on the next sheet? Which sheet? There it is. 29's on the next sheet. All we had to do was turn the page. I want to bring up something, but I'm worried that it could be like controversial topic. I don't know how you do your job, but I usually have podcasts going on in the background. And one of them I was listening to today was a Patrick Bet David, and he was talking to Mafia guy. I think it's like Francese or something like that was his name. Anyway, this mob, I mean, Mafia, you're probably familiar with this concept from the movies, but I live on Staten Island, and supposedly it's like, I guess maybe Jersey has a bigger reputation these days, but supposedly it's like one of the highest concentrations outside of Italy. But I gotta tell you, I mean, maybe this is why the movies are popular. Maybe it's like, okay, yeah, technically they're criminals, but they're also entertaining. But to me, it's like just so much like, just like Staten Island. It's like, just like, this is how I'm used to hearing people talk. I mean, obviously not about crime stuff, but just like the expressions and the tone of voice and the accent and all that stuff. And as a result, I like can't picture that they did anything wrong. I mean, I guess they did if they were in the mafia and they got arrested, but they just seem like neighborhood guys. I mean, they're like very friendly. They speak clearly. It just doesn't seem like what they possibly could have done wrong, but I guess they did. You know. But so my question was going to be, and I didn't even get to the controversial part. The crime element was not the controversial part. The controversial part is like, do you feel more comfortable with people in your culture, or have I just been lucky to have grown up in a culture with people who are comfortable? I mean, I would tell you because I'm not even like the friendliest person. Like, if someone says hi, I definitely say hi back. Nowadays, maybe as I'm getting older, I'm the one who says hi first, but like, there's definitely a lot of people on Staten Island who are a lot friendlier than me, and they're like almost aggressively friendly. They're like, it's like, how you doing, buddy? How's it going? How's this, that? You know, it's like, I'm telling you, like the way the people act in those mob movies, that's just the way they act every day on Staten Island. And I find it very comfortable. I don't have any problem. I mean, it's hard to imagine that, like, this is a stereotype that people are afraid of. To me, it's like you're afraid of like the nicest people in the world. And then I almost think, like, is it possible that they're just making up those mob movies? You know, like for example, they used to, when I was a kid, everyone used to be afraid of karate. And you were thinking like, oh, don't pick a fight with like this person. They probably know karate. And what it really turned out, now you see these MMA fighters and these YouTube videos, they fight these karate guys, and it's like really those karate guys were useless. Other than that, they had this reputation that they were fighters. I hope I'm not saying something dangerous to Staten Island right now, but it's like these people here are so nice. Like if there's a rumor like, oh, don't mess with them, they might be in the mafia. I mean, well, I can't say that that's not true, because you mess with someone and they're gonna mess back with you. So, but I don't think that it's a problem if you don't mess with them. Like, I don't think you're ever gonna have a problem until you initiate the problem. Like, if you don't initiate any problem, you're not gonna have any problem. That's the impression that I have. I mean, I'm living here 49 years and I haven't had any problems. Although I'm having a problem with this puzzle right now. I see that this pin is supposed to go through this square, but I don't see where it's going to land on this piece. In fact, I don't even know if it's going into the engine or into this, because look at this lines. Oh, okay. I think I see it. I'm operating on the wrong side here. It's going to go on this side. And not only is it going to go on this side, it's going to go all the way up and down like this. And the locking pin is going to lock it in, obviously. All right, so I think I can leave the locking pin for last. I think I'm going to get these other pieces in first. So what I wonder, is there other people who don't feel comfortable in their own culture? And that to me would be like such a shame. I would feel bad for those people. Like they happen to, like they're born into culture, everyone in their neighborhood's part of that culture, but they don't like it and they don't feel safe there. Like do I feel comfortable with the people on Staten Island because I lived here my whole life, or do I feel comfortable because the people are nice here? And there's another thing that I found out, and it's amazing I didn't find this out sooner. I guess because I went to Catholic schools, is I didn't realize that, like, well, I thought everybody was like Irish, Italian, something like that, because when you go to the Catholic schools on Staten Island, that's what it seems like. But it's actually not the case. So a lot of these people that I'm even crediting with being Italian actually might not be. They might just be Staten Island. So like, I mean, I'm not gonna list the demographics of Staten Island, but it's beyond Irish and Italian. But it's it doesn't seem any different. You probably can tell by traffic patterns. It's like different. This pin is not going in. I have to wax it. Oh man, I'm like pulling this thing apart trying to get the pin out. Unbelievable. I didn't wax this piece and now everything's breaking. All right. Look at this piece. It goes all the way through. Is that correct? They're definitely giving us some caution sign, and it's on this piece. And they want to caution us to make sure it goes through here. But then this piece, you see how it comes out there? Is that correct? Or is there supposed to be something there? Is it supposed to go all the way through like that? Is it supposed to catch anything on the way? I don't know. I'm just wondering why it's sticking out at this end. And if it's supposed to be, because this one is the same length, but doesn't stick out because it goes through this first. So why is this sticking out? I have tendency to want to push it back to flush because otherwise it's slanted. You see? You see this one? Look at this middle piece. You can't get this flush because this is going in further than this, but they look the same. Oh my goodness, is that what they were showing us? That the longer piece goes on the bottom. That's what the caution was. All right, we have this piece upside down. No problem, we're gonna fix that. So what this caution was telling us down here is caution, numbskull. This piece is longer than this piece. So now it's gonna hopefully make more sense, but I'm also gonna have to get some wax going. All right, is that enough wax? Let's see. Yes, much better. Now it's correct. Now everything's lined up correctly. All right, good, we're good. See, it's nice and flat now. So when something looks wrong, if something looks to your eyes wrong, it's probably wrong. Go back and check the instructions before you go too far in the wrong direction. All right, we're up to page 10. And we're going to set this aside for a minute and we're going to start building the body. But first we're going to start with some little pieces. 30, 31, 32, and 2 33s. Wax everything up. 30, 31, 32, and 2 33s. All right, 31. 32, I don't think it matters, but I'm keeping it in the order they have. It does matter. This one has dots and this one doesn't. You see how one has dots and one doesn't? I like that. That's something that Ugears does that not all these puzzle makers do. When it's like likely they're going to be confused, like you're using two almost identical pieces in the same section of a build, they'll put a couple of dots on one. You know, just trying to help you out, you know, which is great. I need all the help I can get. I mean, it's a puzzle, you know, it's not supposed to be too easy. There's supposed to be something to do, but I mean, come on. I just can't tell which piece is which. I probably can tell by the size, but those dots are helpful. All right, so we need 2 33s. There's a 33 on this board and the next board. What does it look like? It just looks like a circle. They're the 33s right there. All right. So this is it. This is what we're going to build. Wax up. Wax up the gears. Remember, you always wax gears. I mean, the instructions say to do it, but I'm just telling you, you gotta wax gears. I worked with Ugears puzzles before. If you don't wax the gears, you're gonna have problems. All right, is this piece symmetrical? Well, it looks symmetrical to me. If it doesn't go on one side and it goes on the other, then I'll switch it. I'll assume that it's not symmetrical and I'll spin it around. But I think that's going on. And it's a gear, so it needs to be as close to perfect as we can get it. Right now, it's nowhere near close. It's nowhere near perfect. It's like I have to grab my calipers to say exactly how many millimeters off that is, but I can just tell you it's not on. And it is far, in my opinion, from being on. Does that mean we're on the wrong side? It might. Let me see if the other side slips on super easy. If both sides, that side's going on too easy. Let's flip this around. Yep, we had it on wrong. That piece was not symmetrical. What is that piece? 30 is not symmetrical. Make sure you get it going the right way. All right, we got it. Okay, let's get the orientation correct. Can't see those dots anymore. You can see them on the inside still. All right, there's the correct orientation. All right, now. Okay, not yet, not yet. We got a couple more. We're gonna get to this big piece in a minute, but we got a couple more steps till we get there. All right, 34 and 35. 35 is a pin. 34 is a little structural piece. Maybe like, I want to say chassis, but that's too much of a, that's giving it too much credit. 34 and 35. This big piece is 37, but I think I don't see 34 and 35. Maybe they're on this piece. There's 32. Everything looks backwards. All right, there we go. No. These pieces are like up in the 90s. And these ones are even further. What's going on here? All I need is 34 and 35. All right, there's 40s up here. There's 34. And there's 35. All right. Okay. So, I don't know. Getting back to Staten Island, I don't know who's in the mafia and who isn't. And I don't even know if it's like a real concept these days. It might not even be really, it might not even be still a thing. And I don't know if this is like true. But what I suspect, just based on the rest of the culture of Staten Island, is that you have to respect everybody. You know, like, you can't take something that belongs to someone. Like, you can take, like, you can sell something, and you could charge as much as you want, and you could get rich from doing it, and as a result, you could have more free time and go to the restaurant more and stuff like that. But you can't, like, take something from someone that belongs to them. I know this is sounding like a simple concept, but it's like, I don't think, like, no one's gonna steal like your bike or your car. Like, I think what they're gonna steal is a repetitive 5 cents on some type of transaction, times a million or something like that. Like, I think that's the type of thing that you're gonna see. I don't think anyone's gonna take anything from you, and no one's gonna disrespect you either. So if you're from one of those cultures who has been convinced by Hollywood movies that you're winning when you're disrespecting people, it's not true. That's not that's not true. Don't do that. Don't support people who do that. That's not how it's supposed to work. I got a little distracted in my thoughts. I want to study this and make sure I did it correctly. It doesn't look correct. It looks like I'm supposed to be on the other side. So, yeah, we gotta redo this. Yeah, this is not correct. I put everything in backwards. I gotta fix that. All right, so it's like this. Minor difference, but minor difference in terms of this one stage, but the build is going to continue. So the guy I was listening to was talking about, in that Francese, he was talking about Giuliani, and he's like, well, he just saw a chance to make a name for himself, and he went after, these people. And I was thinking about that because I had my own thoughts about that. I think a couple of weeks ago, I was thinking, when Giuliani was a prosecutor, did he go after the Italian mafia because they were a problem, or did he go after them because it was easy? Like, for him personally, it was easy. Like, he wouldn't be like accused of discrimination, and maybe he even would have some insights or something. I don't know. And I was thinking about that, and I was thinking that I'm fine with it. Like, maybe the time was right that people should operate in ways that the special prosecutor or the district attorney or whatever these people's titles are, you just, you cross every I and you dot every T, and you do everything so correct that they can't arrest you because you didn't do anything wrong. And you might think, well, then how are you still a criminal? Well, you're probably not at that point. I mean, if if you've crossed all the I's and dotted all these T's and you're still making money, you're now legitimate. It's like, it's almost like the crime portion was just like playing catch up or something like that. Like, they got to, I think if you watch the show Sopranos, they even have, we got a problem here with this build. This doesn't fit in between these two pieces, at least not with this locking pin traversing the distance. How is that possible? All right, the bigger one goes in here. A smaller one goes there. All right, this is never gonna reach this. Something's wrong. This is the proper orientation. Ah, okay. It's offset. So it doesn't cross that. It goes underneath it, and then these line up. Can you see that? So this block, this cutout, is going to go on that pin, and then these two are going to line up with that, which is a little weird because you're lining up a piece of pie with a circle, but I believe that's correct. Sorry if I lost my train of thought, but let me just wrap it up by saying, if the result of what Giuliani did is force everyone to operate legitimately, I'm saying legitimately in quotes because, the longer you study business, the more impossible it becomes to determine who's the legitimate and who's the criminal. It's like, and I'm not saying that everyone, and I'm not saying that's because people are committing crimes. I'm saying because it's almost like the difference between ethics and morality or something like that. It's like one is coded and one is conscience. It's like in my book Electromagnet, there's a scene where the guy's like, they're taking the guy's building using eminent domain, and the guy says, we're just gonna, one guy says to the other, so we're just gonna take his building like common criminals, and the other guy replies, we're not criminals. Criminals break the law. We write the law. It's like, does that make you not a criminal? If you wrote the law, so you must not be a criminal? That's like when Congress writes a law that they're allowed to like stock trade, but nobody else is. That doesn't make them not a criminal. That just makes it that they're not breaking any law. Like, if the strict definition of a criminal is they break the law, then I guess they're not. But, you know, again, it's the difference between like the code and the conscience. You can't just like follow a code. And this is another thing that I think Jesus was big on. Like, people were asking him, like, what's the most important law? And his answer was something like, don't follow any of those ridiculous laws. Follow these two laws, which one was like love God and the other was treat your neighbor as you would treat yourself. And that's really what it comes down to. You can't predict every situation that's ever going to come up. But you could say like what's proper way to live and what's not. If the way you're making yourself rich is only costing other people a nickel that they would have otherwise just dropped out of their pocket, but you're providing a service, you know, maybe it's a restaurant, maybe it's a mechanic. I mean, you're helping them, then nobody's going to get upset. But if what you're doing, even if you've been given this job by the president and everyone in Congress and Supreme Court agrees with you, but what you're doing is making people's lives miserable because let's say during COVID, they're making them wear masks and they're making them do this and that and get injections and all this stuff. So you might have like had the law behind you, but you were making people miserable. I mean, this is like not good. That maybe that's a bad example because it's like medical, but I'm sure you could think of other examples. One of them that bothers me is insurance. Like I'm required to buy insurance. I don't even know what happens to this money. I've never filed an insurance claim, you know. I'm driving now for like 30 years. I pay my insurance every month, every quarter, whatever it is. I've never gotten like a penny back. I don't know what what even happens with that insurance money. Like who's getting it and why is the government like making me buy insurance? So like that's an example of a business that's not helping anybody. So if your business is helping people, then you're doing something good. If your business is just annoying people, you're probably doing something bad. And it doesn't, and you're not going to impress me by whether you're following the law or not. I'm going to be impressed by what the people who have to interact with you think about all of this. I'm trying to read this. I think it's like this. Like the paint goes on the bottom in this case. Is that what's happening here? Or did I pop out the wrong piece? No, I popped out the right piece, 37. So paint goes on the bottom for 37. I mean, that's what I'm looking at here. Paint on the bottom. Right now. How's this going? Last three pieces here. All right, glasses off. You know, I did that entire pickup lumberjack without discovering that I could make my life so much easier by taking the glasses off. Well, now everything is so much easier without the glasses. See, for example, right here, I can see this is not going in because it's not lined up. I could see that without the glasses. I used the pick to line it up. Oh, it still didn't go in. What's going on here? Try one more time. All right, we got it. the other side. All right, didn't get a popping sound, but you'll have to take my word for it, it's in. And then up here is also in. So of these three connectors, we only got the popping sound on one of them, but the other two look flush. I don't know why I didn't get the satisfying popping sound. All right, I think this is good. Let's stop staring at this. All right, what next? Next is a piece known as 38. Where's 38? There it is. There's some more gears. Look at these gears. Looks cool. Can't wait to do that. Work with that. All right, where does 38 go? Actually, 38 is just going to sit here for the time being. I mean, it's eventually going to do something, but for now, it's just sitting there. Yeah, I've got a close-up, like, just stick it on that circle and chillax. All right, now we're going to attach this to this by way of this. Should be, let's see, give me a minute to study it. No, yes, it is going to go like that. All right, let me match the orientation of the picture. It'll make me less likely to make a mistake. All right. Well, I can't figure it out. All right, I think I got it. All right, we're gonna line it up starting from this piece, and that's gonna help us get everything else in line. There we go. So this piece goes to this piece, and then all of this stuff over here has receivers over there. If I can get them in. This front piece, unbelievable. It's not even attached to anything. It's the first thing it's going to attach to is this wall. But let's see. I'm doing it first because otherwise it's not attached to anything. But I need something else also attached. Okay. Mother. All right, that didn't work. All right, I'm going to put it completely in first. Is that going to work? Probably not. Let's see. Yeah, that was just making things difficult for myself. But it's got to be done. But how to do it? All right, we got to get that piece in. But let's get the piece underneath it as well. This gear. This gear is going to be hooked up. These two gears are going to be hooked up once I get that piece in. So this is a very important thing we're doing here. All right, so we got to hold this through here. And then we got to get this gear attached to this gear by way of sticking these pins in that wall. All right, let's go for the tough one first. Let's see if we can get that. We got it. Now we just gotta line things up. So, do you remember I was talking about that Raspberry Pi computers the other day? I heard those are from the UK. But here's the thing. there's a famous engineering college in America, RPI, Rensselaer. I mean, I know this very well as I have a brother, a sister, and a brother-in-law who all went there. And my son got a letter from there just like a day or two ago. And then I got that Raspberry Pi computer. And like, that seems like Raspberry Pi. It's Raspberry space PI and then RPI. It's RPI. Funny thing is, I remember when my brother was there, which is, 35, 40 years ago or whatever, I remember they changed it from RPI to Rensselaer University, like while he was there. But somehow now my son's getting a letter in the mail and it's saying RPI. I guess they went back to that name. All right. Good. That was a tough little section there. I wonder if the gears are going to move. How can I test this? I'm not sure if I should spin this or not. Is it too soon to do it? That's why they wanted us to wax the gears so that they'll turn. I'll tell you, it's not turning now, but it's also not connected to the engine now. So what is going to make it connect? Should I spin this? Is that going to grab it? Spin it. How are we spinning it? Is it clockwise or counterclockwise? All right. Let's spin it here. Now. It's not going. It was going before, and now it's not. So it means that this gear is not moving. And it needs to. No, I feel it. I feel it. I feel the tension. So why isn't it going? Something is jamming this gear. I feel like I should fix it now, because once we close this, sorry if I was blocking the camera. Once we close this up, we're not going to have the chance to fix this. There it is. Yes, it's turning that gear, but it's not. And there's the main gear. There's the engine. I can see the connection. All right, let's see. Let's try that again. All right. It's not going. Is it not enough tension? Let me get some more tension here. Like as much as we can get. Maybe it's unstable because this side's not hooked in yet. Like it's not, there's nothing keeping it straight. Let's see. No, it is not going. At least not at the moment. Wow, we're like breaking this. I should stop testing this, at least for the time being, because I'm like cranking all this tension in here and I'm trying to get it to move the gear, and it's not moving the gear. It's instead smashing this thing that we built. So let me just fix that for now. And we're going to worry about this more later. I think maybe that this gear, because it's not locked in on this side, that it doesn't stay straight. And maybe when it stays straight, it's going to spin. But I'm looking at the gear, and it looks good. Sorry that I'm blocking the camera. I don't know how I can show you that gear. It's in there. The gears are in there. And this one spins this one. And it's hooked into the engine. But it's like, doesn't turn. When the engine tries to turn it, it doesn't turn. I'm not sure why, but it's lined up. So I'm not going to panic until this is here. And even if that does, we'll have to figure it out. Maybe we got a drip wax in there or something, but, we're going to get it working somehow. All right. All right. So the check does not say to test the engine, just to show you. The check is a visual check. Yesterday when we installed the engine, it was like, crank it, test the engine. It's not telling us to test the engine here. Probably because, as you saw, it starts ripping the thing apart. Probably because it's not locked in yet. So I don't know why I just wasted your time for 5 minutes checking the engine. The instructions didn't say to, and it was a bad idea. But hopefully everything's going to work at the end. I think it's just, I just know that once it's closed up, I can't work on it anymore. So that's why I want to get it working now. But who knows, you know. All right, 40, 41, and 42. All right, 40, 41, and 42. There's like a lot of pieces still on this first sheet. I don't know if they're doubles or what. Like in case I break pieces. All right, there's 43. There's 42. There's 2 41s. No, I only need one. Well, in a minute, I'm going to need another. There's a 39 here. Why aren't they? Oh, they're going to ask for that in a minute, too. Okay. $40, 41, and 42. This looks like the chamber on a like old Western gun, doesn't it? All right. 42. I say to cover them in wax. All right. There's 2 40s here. Yep, 2 40s. Can take either one, I think. And you know, that car insurance isn't cheap. I mean, you're going to charge people like $200 a month for their entire life, never give them a penny back. And like, what kind of deal is this? What kind of product is this? It's like a really stupid product. Car insurance. I mean, some people, I've said this to people in person, they're like, oh, you should thank God that you've never had to use it. Okay, fine. Yes, I am glad that I never had to use it. But I would also be glad if I never had to pay it. I mean, over the course of a lifetime, it's like a ton of money. You could like buy a house with that money. And instead you get absolutely nothing for it. And worse, some people who do get the money, they're scammers. Like, you know, scammers getting the money. Like, I'm being forced to pay scammers. You know, maybe if the scammers would just get jobs, I wouldn't have to work so hard. Like, what kind of nonsense is this? All right. 39. There's 39. So we did this. This was 40, 41, and 42. Now we're doing 39, another 41, and another 40, and they're going to clip together. So 39. That's the piece I'm looking for. Oh man, we're over an hour. I didn't make very good progress today. We got to keep going. All right. Doesn't say to grease this up, so wax it up, so I did. All right. It's not quite on yet. Now it is. All right, this is 39. It's 40. All right. What are we building here? Are these the front tires or something like that? All right. Is that correct? just studying this. Yeah, I think that's correct. And now we got a caution symbol. We're supposed to add two 43s, and they have these little nubs, and they're giving us a caution about the nub and how it's supposed to face. Though I gotta tell you, I don't know how I'm gonna. Oh, okay, it's a square, so it'll stay. All right. So they want it waxed on the outside, right? Like on both sides. All right, a couple of 43s. Wax them up inside and out. Here's the 43s. Wow, these are tiny pieces. So almost nothing to them. They're mostly empty space in the middle. Yep. And that's why it said to sand them. Because they took off some... Wow. There's like nothing here. I'm worried that I'm going to sand it and there's going to be nothing left after I sand it. All right. Can you believe this? Oh, there it is. All right, inside and out. Wax it up. I see why they put the caution. It's like a tiny piece. You easily could get this wrong. All right, so it's on the top back. This little nub. I don't know if you even can see that. See that little nub? That goes on the back and the top on both sides. And they're like, caution, don't mess this up. And wax it. So, wow, it's a little tiny nothing nub. I don't know how important it is. They seem to think it's important. Grease it up, wax it up. All right, what's next? 27, 28, and 44. So we're finally back to those 27 and 28. We knew we had them. We knew we had doubles. We just didn't know when they were going to ask for them. We have another 17, by the way. We have another 24. We have a lot of interesting pieces that we used once and we still have doubles. 27, 28. Is that 28? Or is that 26? It's 28, all right. Wow, there's a tiny little piece here with an arrow and it points to the 28. I don't know what they're trying to tell us here. Are we ever gonna, there's another one that points to the 30. Are we ever gonna use those tiny pieces? They're not in the picture here, but they are here, and one of them's pointing to the 28, which makes me wonder if you need it, but it's not in the picture. All right. 27 and 28, and now we need 44, which is a big boy. 44, yeah. It's basically the other side of this dragster, I guess it is. All right. Ink out, yeah, ink out. All right. Now where's this go? Grease the hole. That's what it says. Wax it. Wax the hole. Sorry. Wax the hole. I use the pin. Should I wax the pin? Doesn't say to. All right. Trying to get this orientation correct. Doesn't really line up. Oh, like this. Is that correct? I hope I did the other side correct. Anyway, that's it. Just got to attach this 27 to a 44 using the 28 pin. Let's get it through here first. to here. Okay, there we go. Okay. Now, these wheels. All right, first, we put this aside for a second. Yeah, okay, so we built the other side over there. We're going to attach this. So what was the point of that little tab thing there? Because that seems like it's going the wrong direction compared to this. Oh no, am I doing this wrong? Does it go backwards? Does it go in like this? Because that makes more sense, but why would it? Is that how the dragster looks? Is it like something sticking out the back? Yeah, I think it is. If you look at where this engine is here, I'm not really sure. I kind of think yes. Well, I guess we'll find out. Yeah, that definitely sticks out the back. So in that sense, that little nub now makes more sense. So it actually goes on the bottom when you finally put it together, but the orientation that we had it set up before made it seem like it was on top. How deep am I supposed to push this in? Oh, I got it flush, so I guess that deep. All right. Now we put the other side on. You ready? This is a big connection about to happen here. There's a lot going on. Not sure what to connect first. There's so much. It's like we're doing a dozen connections at once, maybe more. All right, I got one on. I guess we're working from this end. Well, that's a problem. So we got to lock that in. All right, I'm going to hold that. I'm going to pinch that until I get some of these pieces in. All right. Wow, these are way off. Come on. Got it. There's so many pieces to line up. It's good though. So this might be like the major portion of this. This might be the biggest thing we do the entire. I know yesterday was important in terms of getting the engine. We needed to do it right or it wouldn't work. But today, I mean, this is the whole ball of wax right here. We snap this together and everything else is window dressing. So I think I never finished that Giuliani story. So the bottom line was I was thinking, in a way, it was good. I mean, he encouraged people to go legitimate, like 100% legitimate, like don't fool around, you know? So even though he may have like scored political points off of the community, in the long run, it was a help because you don't want to deal with crime. I mean, you want to be legitimate. So it's good. All right, I think I got this together. Crank is back here. The engine is, I guess that makes sense considering the pedal is here, but you can see where the engine is right now. I don't know if that's where you thought it was going to be, but that's where it is. Like the pickup lumberjack, the engine was like here, like parallel to the ground and about here. This one, it's vertical with the ground on a little bit of a slant and in the back. I mean, it's a different type of car, very different type of car. All right, so we got another check mark for getting that together. I think it's looking pretty good at this point. You definitely can see where it's going. All right, what are we doing here? There's no green pieces. It's something that's, they want us to play with the engine. Remember I was trying to play with the engine before? Well, now this piece is actually through here, and now they're officially telling us to play with the engine. They're saying to push the start button and then crank this clockwise. All right, let's do what they say. Push the start, crank it clockwise, then push the stop. Wow, yeah, that is 100% moving. But how far should I push it? Was it just a test? I don't know how far I'm supposed to push it, but it was working. Now let's just do it again. I feel like I'm releasing all the tension. Why am I releasing the tension? Anyway, probably later we'll build it back up again. But anyway, it's working. So our theory that once this axle was supported at both ends, the gear would turn was correct. The gear now turns. The start and stop button works. We're in great shape. Oh, no. There's something here. They got it sitting in something. What is that something? No, it's an optical illusion. It's not sitting in anything. It's this. It's not sitting in anything. I was just paranoid. All right. Now we're going to do something. We're going to build this. I don't know. It looks like a muffler. I doubt that's what it is, but that's what it looks like. So we need 45. This is just crazy. It's all these little pieces, and they want them all waxed and sanded. Oh my goodness. 58, 46, and 45. Let's just lay out all the pieces in order. I don't know if you can see here what they want. They want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever many pieces, like 20 pieces in order, and it's going to create this, like, you know, Mobius strip type looking thing. Anyway, let's just one at a time start lining up the pieces. So 58. That's 98. We need 58. 73. Where's 58? Is it on the first sheet? Don't see it anywhere. It's another 43. Where's 58? Oh, here they are. They're all in this little panel. Everything we need. Well, 58's not there. But all the other ones we're going to need in a minute are all there. So there's a whole bunch of 58s, and they're here. So let's grab one. 58. 46. Are these like individually numbered here? Yeah. Wow. I guess that's how they create that turning shape. You got to put them in order here. So I'm not going to pop them all out. I think I'm going to pop them and put them on one at a time. That way I make sure I get the order correct. At least once I get to the right side. All right, 45. So 45, so this is it. So this 45 piece is not that big. So we're going to be putting a ton of pieces on this thing that's not that big. I don't know what the hell it is we're building here. I hope we don't have to build it twice, but we probably do, because look at 59. It's basically the same piece as 45. So 45, that's correct, right? All right. So there's a caution here. There's a long side and a short side. And I think they're saying the long side goes to the right, which makes sense. Most of the pieces go on the right. Just waxing that up. All right. Now, the dot. This dot is going to guide us. So, I have to orientate the stick and the dot. It's actually very tricky. Not just the first piece, but getting this whole thing on is going to be tricky. And I don't even know how important this piece is. It could be an aesthetic piece. I don't think it's like going to be moving, but maybe I'm wrong. Well, it's definitely not going to be moving, but it might be up against something moving, like maybe the whole thing might move. Can't get the circle on. 58, is that correct? Yeah. Why doesn't it go on? It's like breaking the piece, like what I'm trying to put in doesn't fit. I probably should spin it sideways, right? And then it'll fit. Yeah, now it fits. All right. Well, that was stupid of me. Okay. 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, and back to 58. So they just go on in order. And the dots go, the dots move. Yeah, I got to do this one piece at a time. This is jewelry work. All right. So 47. The pick just broke. Can use any piece of wood as the pick. Doesn't really matter. Nope. I have to orientate it to the first one. So the first one is down. So it needs to go here. Is that right? It's really hard to tell if it's right or not. Well, we only have two options. So neither of those two options look right, but this one looks less wrong. Does it go all the way on like that? Huh. I don't know. We'll see. Man, we are building two of these. On this same page, we're building two of them. 1, 2. Unbelievable. All right. Now they start going like in order. You know, it occurs to me that It's possible to get this wrong if you start flipping them over. I'm not sure. It's possible. Theoretically possible. I don't know if it's like you actually can mess up or not, and I don't feel like testing it. Yeah, looks good so far. Now I'm like stabbing myself with the broken pick. $51. $52. Does it look good so far? I can't really tell. I don't know. I think it might be something a little bit off. Maybe on this side, which I can redo if necessary. These two on the end I could redo. Should I just do that right now? I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know about that last piece. I'm gonna try redoing it, but I don't know. The only thing I think I could really do is spin it around, and maybe it'll look a little better from the other direction. No, that doesn't make sense. The dot doesn't go through. The dot only goes one way. I don't know. I don't know if that's correct or not. It looks better now. At least it looks more correct. Yeah, I think it's correct. Tell you what though, I lost track of the pieces, but they're written on them, so I guess I'm up to 53. 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, and then another 58. So basically right down to the end of the line. All right. The reason I'm doing them one at a time is each one is like spun a little bit compared to the one before it, and I don't want to have to try to read that. So it's easier to just do them one at a time, and that way they stay in order. In my opinion, that's the easier way to go. One more piece, but I don't know. Looks like we got a lot of wood left over at the end. Kind of doesn't make sense, and not as much as we were supposed to. Looks like we have more wood on this side than that side, but I don't get that. Like, was I supposed to like determine how far to push them in? I don't know. Seems to me that everything needs to move a little bit to the right, but how am I going to do that? I gotta go back and start at those first two pieces. I don't know. Let's just see where this is gonna go. Maybe it's not gonna matter. They definitely wanted the longer pin on this side, and that's where it is. I just think it's like too long. I think this is going to attach. It's kind of going to be aesthetic, I think. Yeah. All right. This circle only goes to here, which means all of these can move back to there, which means this original piece can go further, I guess, the pieces from the other side. Yeah, there we go. We fixed it. No big deal. It's a little like both sides don't go all the way down. There's gonna be space. I guess there's just space. I don't know. Maybe that's the way they built it. Maybe I'm supposed to build in a little bit of space. It looks pretty good. It's not. If there comes a point where we need to work with that again, I will do so. All right, 59. We've got to do the same procedure with 59. I mean, I'm sure it'll be slightly different, but something like that. All right. Where's our caution about which side goes where with 59? I'm just going to assume it's the same system. No, there's no caution because both sides on 59 are the same side. So 58 and 60. So if this is 58. Yep, that's 60. Good. So we should put the 60 on first. I guess what it is the, I don't know why the 60 goes from this side, because really it's only the 58 that gets stopped by the shape of the wood. There's really no reason to put the 60 on this side. You could put it on the other side. I guess they just have to pick somewhere to start and stop. Like you could do half from one side and half from the other. The only one that really has to go on from this side is the 60, the pin locking nut, whatever you want to call it. And that's as far as it'll go. All right, so let's get started here. 61. Looks like the pattern is... the pattern actually changes. It basically, it lifts clockwise, the dot, compared to the previous one. So it starts like at 3 o'clock and it ends, no, it starts like at 9 o'clock and it ends like at 3 o'clock. Basically, it just lifts. Once I get the first one on, then it's just follow the pattern. But the first one is tricky. You basically have a choice between two. See, that looks crazy to me. That looks like wrong. But that also looks wrong. I don't get this. How could they both be wrong? All right, there's a third option. All right, that looks right. Okay, good. All right, now it's easy. Gonna flow very easy from here. You just put them on, moving counterclockwise. The little dot moves counterclockwise compared to wherever the previous dot is. And that's the pattern. And then these pieces just flow. They should end at 71. Yes, correct. So they just flow right down here. You can see the pattern just looking at them while they're still in the board. Counterclockwise to the previous dot. Yep, there we go. I don't even know what these things are. Like carburetors, mufflers, something. I don't know. I don't know what we're building. It sort of looks cool, but I'm not really sure. This whole puzzle is so small. I mean, it was like less than half the price of the pickup lumberjack, so I shouldn't be too shocked that it's small, but it's really tiny. But you know, a dragster would be tiny compared to a pickup, so I guess it's not that crazy. There's a piece of the pick that I broke. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wrap this up soon. Wow, I really thought we would get further. Maybe it's gonna go into a fourth day after all. Oh well. We did such good progress today, but there's still so many pages left. I don't know what to say. Wow. It's a little pieces. All right, this is almost done. Just got to get the 60 on. 58, sorry, the 58. All right, there they are. There's the first one, there's the second one. I'll put them like this on different sides to help me remember. I feel like I want to attach them before I go to bed because I'm in the morning I might forget which one's which. So, can you believe it? The next build is 72, which is here, with 158 on one side and 358s on the other side. And there you go, 458s. You notice like a real disparity lately between the media and the rest of the world on the COVID narrative? I saw this Jim Cramer clip today. It was crazy. It seems like in the media, they're following Chinese. American media feels to me like it's following Chinese media more than it's following the situation on the ground in America. And I don't know how to read that. I don't know if they're like, if that's good or bad. Like, you know, maybe I'm like busting the illusion by letting Chinese CCP know that whatever Jim Cramer's saying, it's like ridiculous, doesn't match reality. I shouldn't say that though, because I don't have any evidence of that. And I don't even think that I would vote that that would be my guess. I'm just saying it's weird. It's like every normal person that you talk to, it's like, oh, COVID? Yeah, that's over. That ended like a while ago. But on the TV, they act like it's still going on, the TV in America. And also the TV that we see coming out of China acts like it's still going on. So I don't know what. You still get like your channel banned if you don't believe that it's still going on? I don't know. I hear about people getting banned. I think that I might be saying bannable stuff, but there's no viewer to know it. Like someone would have to see my video and complain, and I don't think anyone has seen my videos. And even if they did, they would be like puzzle fans and they might not even listen to what I'm saying. So I'm not sure. That it's possible. It's like if a tree falls in the woods and there's nobody there to hear it, does it make a sound? And who are you going to report that sound to? Nobody cares. That's the tires. The last page is all tires. Last sheet, last board. I'm looking for 73 right now, just because I want to attach these things to it before I lose track of them. So where's 70? This is it? This is 73? Because it looks different. Probably because there's pieces connected to it. No, that's correct. That's the ink. Okay. All right. 73, 74. And then I got to go back and see which one of these two pieces was C2. Wait, is that 73? Yeah, that's 73. And then this is 74. Just a pin. Now, 73, 74, and which one of these two is B2? There's neither of them. There's C1 and C2. Okay, C2. All right, C2 is the second one we built. I don't know why it would matter, but it's the second one that they're looking for. All right, turn it around. The non-ink side. Stick the circle through here and then lock it in from the other side. Okay. Wait. Was I supposed to be putting in the short end or the long end? How would I know? Huh. I need to know that. All right, I'm putting the short end in just because the short end will reach the locking pin. And I don't know what goes on the other side, but I've got enough space on this side, so I figure I'll send the longer end to the other side. Just kind of guessing here. It's not clear from this picture. All right. It actually fits pretty snug, if you can believe it. So there you go. All right, now another 74 to lock in the other piece. That one definitely has a disparity. But that matches the picture. So one of them has a larger disparity than the other. And then we're going to put that third piece, which is here. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. All right, so C1 goes where? Goes right up here against the other piece. Wow, that's interesting. Do I have to like make these curve? Are they gonna like turn each other? They do. They kind of fit together. They probably are gonna turn each other. Wow, I think this is gonna be a cool thing when it's done. All right. Yeah. These things are gonna go together. Wow. You can already see it. Cool. All right. And then the third one goes here. And then we're going to get this piece, 75. It says, be careful. But it's just regarding the ink. Be careful, face the ink outward. I think we all would have done that, but anyway. Not sure that was... Well, yeah. If they got room on the paper, then throw a caution there. But I think most people would get that right. So now I'm just trying to see how this goes. All right, so these three go through those three. Shouldn't they get locking pins? Because it doesn't mention locking pins. So it doesn't mention it, I don't put them. When we put them on this side through the first piece, we locked two of them in. But on this side, it seems like they don't get locked in. Maybe they're going to lock into something else at some point. All right, there we go. Seems kind of loosey-goosey, I gotta tell you. Okay, all right. I forgot that there were 3 circles there. All right, it's getting a little better. So I gotta push it all the way back to the circles, ideally. Kind of looks like an owl. All right, by the way, it's on. It's on. Now what? All right, we're gonna use piece number 76 to lock this all up. Yeah, this looks good. 76 and then 77. So this is like the visible engine. So this is that spring is the working part of the engine. And this is like the visual, the visual. It's like it's like this engine's just for show and this engine's actually doing all the work. The spring's doing all the work, but we're building this for show. Wow. All right. All right, we got another caution here. What is the caution all about? All right, I think the caution is telling us that this submarine end goes away from this stick part. This actually goes on pretty easily. It's not really locked in yet. So we're gonna have to keep going, at least until this stuff starts locking in. We can't just have it like sitting there. All right, 77. Goes right on top of the piece we just put in. And then we start throwing the locking pins in. Or are they? No, 78. Between 78 and 79. All right, 77. Between 78, 7, and 79 go 4 78s. There's no caution on the 77. In fact, I would say it's kind of like we're wasting ink here. All right, it says to put the ink on top, but it's just going to get covered in a second, so I don't know what's the point of it. But I'll do it, whatever. They say it, I'll do it. All right, now, 79 gets 4 78s. Why am I still looking at 77? Did I pop the wrong piece? What the hell piece is this? Are there 2 7? Yeah, there are 2 77s. Okay. All right. All right, I need 79. There's also 2 79s. Oh, because we're going to do the other side. We're going to do the same thing on the other side. All right, now I have 4 78s. There we go. There's my 4 78s. Now, what should we attach them to first? I think to this. And then we attach the whole thing to the underneath structure. Actually, these are kind of loose, which means that I'm going to have to put them in here first. Wow, they're loose there too. Well, they're loose there, but there's something behind them, so they're not going to fall through. But they're also not really locking anything in. Just kind of sitting in there. Which might indicate that there's going to be some vibration and they're going to pop up and down in the final build, like revving the engine, like maybe spark plug type of thing. All right, let's put this on. 3 of them went in, the 4th one didn't. All right, there's the locking pin here. Got that. All right, good. Yep, and we got a check mark. All right, I think we can stop here. At least it's all together as one piece. It's not going to fall apart. I'll kind of put it here, even though that's not exactly where it goes. It'll just be a good spot. All right, so we built this main body. The engine is in there. The working engine is in there, which is a spring. This is the kind of fake engine, which I think we got half done. I'm not sure if it's going to drop right into those 4. I think it is, but the instructions didn't get to that yet. Wow, I can't look at the iPad. It's like the orientation is flipped. I can still look at my computer screen though. All right, let me get these sheets out and we'll get to work. As I recall, we were most of the way through the first sheet, so I'm not even going to bother with that. And we're a pretty good way through the next sheet. I'm also trying to do a tighter shot than I did the other days, just so you can see closer the vehicle. All right. And while I'm reading the first instructions, let me also grab this card. How do you celebrate an achievement? That's what it says. How do you celebrate an achievement? It's a good question. Do I celebrate achievements? What would be an example of an achievement? This light keeps turning off. I don't know what the problem is. I guess with dinner. I mean, it doesn't seem like a big deal because you have dinner anyway, but I'm just thinking, you know, you have a dinner at a wedding, you have a dinner at graduation. When my sons were baptized, we had, maybe it was more of a brunch, but we had food. Okay, I guess we celebrate with food. I don't know what answer they were expecting. Does anyone out there have a different answer? Please post in the chat if you do. I think food is a very common way to celebrate, and maybe drink is also. Anyway, let's get 80 and 77. And then a bunch of 78s and a 79. Basically what we built here, we're doing on the other side, the exact same thing. All right. So this is 80. This is 77, which is going to go right on top of it. And then there's going to be 4 78s, which I have right here. I don't know if I'm like on or off camera today. Let me try to get work as far forward as I can. Where's my little, here it is, this thing. Get the 78s out. Oh my goodness. I knocked out the thing that was holding the 78s, which I think is basically garbage at this point. Just toss that out. All right, so what do we got here? 80, 77, 4 78s, and 79. All right. Putting it all together, and then I'm going to snap it onto the fake engine. It's kind of confusing how there's like 2 engines. This one the engine that actually works, it's kind of like where the driver would be. They're like replace the driver with a working engine, and then they just have a wooden model. Basically, they just have a wooden model of an engine where the car engine would be. got all those together. Now, can I get this to go through? I should be able to, right? I just might have to wiggle it a little bit, but why not? It's supposed to go in there. Why does this not look like it's on camera? It's why am I so bad at getting this to stay on camera? I gotta work on that. At least I need to constantly look over to the monitor and correct my mistakes. But really, I just need to learn where is the area. The camera is like here. I have this tendency to think it's like in the middle of the tripod, but really it's off to the left. I just pointed right at the camera. Well, I see it on a delay. I don't know how delayed it is, 5 or 10 seconds. All right. It's not snapped in yet. Once it is, it'll be quite steady. All right, we got one side in. Now let's get the other side in. There we go. There's our fake engine. All right, what do we do with this fake engine? They're showing a picture, but they're not showing a check mark because we're not done yet. That's 9, instruction 9. Here's instruction 10, which is to grab a bunch of gears, sand and wax them, and put them, look at these, 1, 2, 3. That's where we're going to put them. And those gears are 81, 85, and 82. Let's keep that straight. All right, 82 is the top one. By the way, it's very tricky. They're on the sheet. There's 80, what is it? What are we looking for? 81, 82, and 85. There's 81, 82, and 83. But that's not what we need. We need 85. I could easily see someone pop in the 83 by accident. All right. There's 81. Looks much smaller in person. There's 82. No, I kind of like thinking maybe it is supposed to be 83. Maybe no, that definitely says 85. 87. Oh, there's 85. Yeah, it looks like 85. Tiny little thing, isn't it? All right. Wax them up. Yeah, I don't even think this wax will fit here. Let's do the best we can, I guess. Attach these 3 gears. I'm just studying the picture to make sure I put everything in the right spot. Okay. I'll start from the bottom. 85, which is a tiny little piece. And it's on. 85 is on. I was expecting much more of a fight. All right. 81. Goes very close to the machine here. All right. I have to get a close look at that. All right. That's on. And now this one. There's gonna be still posts sticking out after I put this one on. And I think it's gonna turn the gear next to it, right? Oh, I can't even get it on. Okay. It's deceptive. The thickness of the board is the long side, and that's unexpected. But it's actually not the first time I've seen it in this build. All right, look at that. Those gears are together. I don't know if they're going to move, but this looks like something will grab that and maybe spin this. I don't know. Let's see how it goes. Might be just for show. But they do interlock. So maybe. All right. Now we got to grab 83 and 84. And it's unclear to me what we're supposed to do with them. Oh, they go on this long piece that's sticking out. I guess that kind of makes sense. 83 and 84. All right, that's 84. And 83 was that one we skipped over last time. So it's easy to remember which one, that one's painted, so it goes on the outside. The other ones, 85 and 83, are not painted, so they obviously don't go on the outside. All right, let's do this. Now I know the pattern. The width of the board is the long side. As bizarre as that sounds, that's how it goes. One. All right, there we go. That's done. Turn the page. All right. Up to page 18. In your life, how is your life how you imagined it would be 5 years ago? Oh, that's a great question. Only because now I have to try to remember what I imagined 5 years ago. I gotta think about that. Well, while I think about that, I need 288s, 287s, and an 86. But the 86 kind of looks like a double. But anyway, 288s, 287s, and an 86. Let me grab those pieces. So now I gotta think, what did I imagine my life was gonna be 5 years ago? It's a good question. You know, I don't think I know it sounds like a cop-out, but I don't recall having any imagination. You know, there was COVID, that like lockdown year or whatever. In between, it happened like what, 2 years ago or whatever. So that's right in the middle of that 5 years. So I'm not really sure. How did that affect things? Is that like yeah, I mean, because I'm still paying the mortgage, because I'm still working the same job, working towards the same pension, it's like I didn't really bother to imagine what my life could be, because it was like kind of like already determined. There was like nothing to think about. I certainly didn't think I would be building models on a live stream, so that's like was unexpected. Most of the events in my life were unexpected. I'm not really big on figuring out in advance what I'm gonna do. I don't know if maybe I should be more like that. Is that like something people normally would do? So there's some kind of caution here. I'm not sure what they're cautioning me. The only thing I can really read from this caution is there's a little dot on this piece On the drawing, there's a little dot, but there's no little dot on the real piece. But I think it's also the longer piece. So they basically want the longer piece to go facing out. But then there's a second caution. And I think the second caution maybe is just to put the ink on the outside, which I would have done anyway. So, all right, let's just put this together. Width is the length. Width is the length. The width of the board is the length of the hole. It's crazy. It's totally counterintuitive, but that's the case. I'm telling you, this is a small puzzle. I know it's long, but it's somehow small also. All right, so we built this little thing, and now we have to attach it, I think, to here. Let's do that. Should get something there. All right, I think that's in. Now it's definitely in. All right, okay, now we need 89, and that is gonna go underneath here. You see those grooves? That's where it's gonna go. Probably gonna be something on the other side too. Oh, there's gonna be pistons coming out of that. All right, that's cool. All right, 89. All right, looks just like this piece, but that's 91. That's probably gonna go on the other side. All right, so this is 89. 89 and 91 are basically the same piece with two different orientations. On the IFIU puzzles, they would just call it both 89. Actually, they would call it like 3A or something. And you would have to get the orientation correct. On Ugears, they tell you exactly which it is. And then there's like ink on it, and there's caution signs. You know, Ugears, now that I think about it, I mean, it's really good. But in terms of being a puzzle, as long as you read this, you won't mess up. So it's not really that IFIU is challenging in the sense that they don't give you good directions or good labeling system, but they also don't give you good pieces. The pieces have like slack in them. So you really can never do it correctly. So this Ugears, it's good, but it's not really a puzzle. It's more like a test of your ability to follow instructions, because it's all there. It's like perfect as long as you follow the instructions. Well, this one is a test of something. I can't get this piece to go in, and I see that it's not on camera what I'm doing. Why is it not on camera? Well, where do I have to put my hands? All right, camera is delayed. Oh, that's not going in. Am I doing something wrong? No, it looks like the picture. It's just not going in. Doesn't matter. All it's going to do is hold some pistons. It may not matter if it goes all the way in or not. But I would like to get it all the way in. I mean, come on. Get in there. That's where you belong. All right, I got an idea. I'm going to put this pick the length of the pieces that need to go in, and I'm going to push real hard. That's my plan. All right, one side's in. I'll do the other side. Same idea. Come on, get in there. Nice. All right, what's next? Pistons. Yep. 490s. Where are the 90s? Well, they must be here. There's the 490s and there's 492s. Same situation. Lefty, righty, whatever you want to call it. Wow, I feel like I have to move the camera up to make sure that everything is on camera, but then I feel like I have to move the camera down so you can get a look at what's going on. It's like, I don't know where to put this camera. That's the bottom line. I'm probably gonna, I decided before I went on tonight that I was gonna do this close-up so you can see what's going on. But with the close-up, it seems like I'm off camera half the time. When you do a painting, it's easy, or a book. because you know exactly where the painting or the book is. But with this, like, this type of build, I feel like you can't get that close because you're like moving it around with your hands while you're working on it, and it doesn't stay in one place, and it ends up off camera a lot if you don't. All right, how do we plug these in? The ink faces away from this thing on all four of them. All right. While I do these four, the next question: if you could have a different first name, what would it be? I don't want a different first name. My first name's John, by the way. I noticed that, you know, the other podcasts that I listen to, they introduce themselves at the beginning of the show. They say, "Hi, I'm whoever." And then they start their podcast. I never listened to Joe Rogan. Does anyone know if he introduced himself? He probably has like some bumpers that do the introduction for him. I just figured that I see my kids watch videos of those like video game YouTubers, and they know the name like before they even launch the video. They know whose video it is. So I just figure that the introduction is redundant. But I guess if you're listening like on the radio or something, like while driving, you can't look at the screen, or if you're just listening to, as I said, if you're listening, not watching, then maybe you don't know my name. It's John Rapp, by the way, but not that that's terribly important. So, yeah, I'm going to stick with that name. I think it's crazy to even ask the question, like, what other name would you have? Sorry, I think it's a stupid question. I like my name. I don't need anyone else's name. Wild card, make up your own question. My question would be redirected back to this deck of cards. Why are the questions so personal? Why are the questions not more universally engaging? Why are we not talking about like life on Mars or some type of AI technology? I shouldn't even say that because that AI is just, you know how AI works, right? They steal everyone's ideas from the internet and collate them and feed them back to you, the best ones or the most well received, and they call that AI. Now, not that that's a lie. I mean, AI is an accurate description for that. The lie comes in when all the people have seen the movies and they've seen the montages of the robots and the computer geek, and you think the AI is coming from the computer. It's not. It's coming from you. You all are the AI, the wisdom of the crowds, the cumulative knowledge of everybody who makes every post anywhere on the internet, that all gets sort of mixed together and sorted and indexed and interpreted and weighted, and that becomes artificial intelligence. You know, when they try to build artificial intelligence, like those Go computers or those what are they called? Those chess computers. They have to rely on either a live human or a database of moves that humans have made to make the final decision, because the computers, well, computers are only smart as the person who programs them. So I guess I shouldn't blame the computer. But basically, you can't think of everything. But for some reason, humans, like, computer programmer can't think of everything. I guess he can, you know, if he keeps developing the program over like 50 years. But the ability of a human to like render possibilities in their brain is like so incredibly fast that it just makes computers look stupid, which I know is exactly what the opposite of what they teach you, because they'll talk about a computer's clock speed versus human's clock speed, and they'll say that the human is like a rock, but it's not true. The computer is the rock, the human is the genius, because it takes a computer millions of lines of code and usually garbage spaghetti code. I shouldn't say that, but it just takes a computer millions of lines of code to do something that a human just does without even like thinking about it. It just like pops into their brain. Like, I know that. Computers are stupid. Always keep that in mind. I don't know why people try to convince others that computers are smart. I majored in computer science. I work in computers. Trust me, computers are very, very dumb. All right. They don't know anything. Literally nothing. All right. The next thing up is this, but on this side, and those are called 92s. And which way does the ink face? The ink faces towards this, which is the same way the ink is on the other side. Of course. Of course it is. Punch out my 492s. So that was wild card, make up your own question. And I guess my question was, please talk about AI misconceptions. I don't know. Let's go to the next question. Hopefully it's, have you ever stolen anything? When I was 4 years old, I was like leaving a play date and I had something in my hand and I can't remember what it was at this time, but people were like, oh yeah, take that from his hand. That's belongs here. I don't know, maybe it was like an action figure or something. So it never left the person's house, but it was in my hand. And of course I regret doing it, but at the same time I was like 4 years old and I think that kind of stuff happens. But it was a good experience for me because you never want to even think about stealing. So it was good for me right at 4 years old to, to learn in some miniature form that crime doesn't pay. So that was a good way to start off life. And I don't even know, I could have been 3. It probably was 4, probably was preschool age. I mean, I'm not really sure. Let's say 3 or 4. All right. So, have you ever stolen anything? I just thought of something really crazy. I mean, it wasn't stolen, but my wife is from another country, and her mother still lives in that other country. And I didn't steal her. I mean, I asked her to marry me, and she said yes. And I said, would you like to live where I live, or should I move here? And we agreed to move here. But in a way, I kind of felt like I stole her from her mother because, I mean, they still communicate every day. But I remember sometimes I would really feel guilty, like, that I was like leaving her mother there alone. And I offer, like, her mother can move here if she wants. I'm very happy, if she will do that, but she doesn't want to. She likes her own country. So maybe steal's not the right word, but I have the same feeling of guilt about it. But at the same time, I feel justified. So that's a weird thing. You can be like guilty and justified at the same time. It's like you didn't do anything wrong, but you still feel bad about it. I think that's just one of those things that happens in life. By the way, next page has a rubber band. Anyway, for now, we have a check mark. So let's see if we match what this picture looks like. It's pretty complex at this point. I'm not even really sure I could check all of it. It looks like the camera's on this side. Well, it looks pretty good to me. So probably going to put it there soon enough. Looks like we're building an axle first. So here's the rear axle. So we must be building the front axle. And we need 2 95s, 93, 94. They want everything sanded and lubed, and caution. Be very careful. They want you to be cautious about this. What do we have to be cautious about? Keeping the dot on the outside? No, the dot goes this way. This dot's on the outside, this dot's on the inside. Anyway, maybe there's dots on both sides of 95, and in which case we're just keeping the dot on the top. Let's find 95, and then we'll know what the hell we're talking about. All right, there's 95, there's the dot. No dot on the other side, yeah. So the dot goes on top, in both cases pointing this way, depending on the orientation of what we build, which we'll be building in a second, because I believe it's these two pieces. 93 and 94. This is 93. This is not 94. No, it is 94. Okay. I was looking at the 97 there, but it is 94. 94 is right there. And this board is off camera. Yeah. Let me try to get this camera up a little higher. I don't know. My finger is going to be in the camera in a second, or I guess it already was from your perspective. Sorry about that. All right. I'm just trying to... You're going to be a little further away now, but I just feel like otherwise half the action's happening off camera, which is not good. What was that question? Have you ever stolen anything? Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, and I kind of changed the interpretation. Well, yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, who steals? That's weird. Why would anyone do that? You know, I often get, like, accused of it. Like, I don't even go to Target anymore, because I always felt like every time I went there, they would, like, accuse me of stealing. And I've never stolen anything, like, in my life. And I'm thinking, like, what's the nerve of these people to even think that I would, like, steal something, like, as if Target has anything that I need. They absolutely do not. Do you connect with younger or older people more? More? More often, or more deeply, or more occasions, more time? This is a tough question. I have no idea what the answer would be. My parents are old. My kids aren't that young. I mean, not as young as they used to be. Well, I see my parents, you know, regularly. There's no young people that I see regularly, at least not any younger than my kids. So I guess old people. And I think that that's true intellectually as well, just because I think it's easier to talk to old people, with no disrespect to young people, but I don't know, old people are smarter or something. That's not quite the right word. They know more stuff. I mean, they're easier to talk to because they know more stuff. If I'm supposed to push these together, then what's the point of those holes? Just need a minute to figure that out. Are those holes not going to be used for anything? Why is there a hole there if this is going to cover it up? Anyway, I'm just follow directions. Why is there a hole if it's just going to get covered up? I don't know, but I'm going to do it. All right. The holes, there's a hole there and there's a hole there, and they're both covered up. What the hell was the point of that? All right. Let's put this guy here. Do I slide it all the way on like that? It went in pretty deep. All right. Dots on top. Is it? I can't even see the dot. Oh, well, there's where the dot is. I don't know. Kind of tough to even tell if that's correct or not. Yeah, I think it is. I think that's correct. All right. There's the two circles. Not really sure what they're going for there. All right, now we're building something. 296s and a 97. Here's the 96s. There's the 97. 296s and a 97. We're 37 minutes in. And we still have a pretty significant sheet to go, but then only tires. We got to pick up the pace if we want to get this done tonight. We don't need to get it done tonight. I could finish it tomorrow. I was hoping to get it done tonight, but whatever. All right. These all go on the short end. There's no caution, so I guess I just slide them on there however they fit. Probably should have greased them. There we go. Now, this goes into this. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Oh, I guess it wasn't an axle like I thought it was. All right, let's just get this in the right way. I think it goes right, yeah, right here. Right on through. Get the circles lined up. There we go. Not sure what it is, but we did it. By the way, it's time to start playing with rubber bands. Is this actual size? Should I just lay this rubber band over the other rubber band to see if I've got the right one? I don't think it's actual size. Because that, look at that. I don't know if that's even on camera. It's not. All right. This rubber band, I think, is this one, because the other option is this one. It does say the millimeters, 25 millimeters, so let's just confirm that. Yeah, that's pretty much spot on 25 millimeters. All right, now what do we have to do with this? I definitely need a minute to figure this out. All right, it looks like it goes around this and this. Yeah, that's it. Rubber band goes around this and this, which involves threading through here. So I think let's do that first. Let's thread it in there. Kind of get that tilted a little, push that in. No, it's not working. Let's try that again. Kind of thick. All right, it's in there. And once you get through that top part, it's like pretty easy actually. There's space in there once you get past that first circle, which apparently I can't do. All right, let's hold one side down and then push the other side down. It doesn't work because it's stretchy. Okay, I got it. Oh my goodness. Well, I guess I was supposed to do the other side first. All right, let me hold this side so it can't go off. And then I'll get this. All right, how's that? Well, it's twisted a little bit. It's twisted a lot. All right, the twist is still there, but it's less. All right, that's good. That's nice. Yeah. And I see from my screen that I did all that work off camera. So anyway, I put that rubber band on here. I got to get this camera pointed to the end of my table or this is going to keep happening. And I apologize. Wow, now it's like completely off my table. How to get this correct? I'm just playing with the camera here. And now it's frozen. Wow. Got a horrible camera tonight. Okay. Does that work? Yeah, that's a little better. All right, I have to stay over this mat so you can see what's going on. By the way, where is this? It shows something. Yeah, there it is. All right, this thing, 98, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many is this? 1, 2, 3. 6 98s, a 99 with a bunch of wax on it, and a 100. 6 98s, a 99, and a 100. Well, there's some 98s. 1, 2, 3. Do you connect with younger or older people? I already answered that. Would you ever travel solo? I have traveled solo on many occasions, so I guess I would. Why are they even asking that question? Are there people who can like afford to bring an entourage with them when I travel? By the way, why are these 98s? Why are they not all the same size? One of these was not a 98. I think it was, this one was 100, which is fine because they need the 100. So that wasn't so bad, and they need the 99. But I personally need 4 more 98s. Use the wood before I break my fingers. All right, 98. Would you travel solo? Yeah. I would say that I've done most of my traveling solo, though I really enjoy. We took a few car trips, my family, like we took one to Florida, we took one to Chicago, and then on both of those trips, we stopped, all these places along the way, like basically every state on both trips. I went to Niagara Falls, Lake Placid, just the Watkins Glens, just a lot of places like that. Pennsylvania, obviously Jersey all over. We haven't done California yet, and we're thinking about it, but we're probably going to fly. But I would like to drive. I did drive with my parents' family. We did drive the West Coast once. It was when one of my sisters was in Oregon, and the other one was in California. And by the way, they've traded. When we made the trip, the older sister was in Portland, and the younger sister was in San Jose, and now the older sister's in Napa, and the younger sister's in Portland. So they sort of swapped locations. So I have driven the West Coast, but I haven't driven to the West Coast. And that was a while ago. That was with my parents' family. I was like splitting the driving with my dad. It was a fun trip. But I would like to drive all the way there one time. All right. Seems like there's a little space here. I'll just push that on as much as I can, I guess. So there's a gear here. That's why they had us wax it up. They wax it up some more because anytime there's a gear, you want to make sure that you can move it. And waxing it up is how to do that. All right. No checkpoint yet, but let's just take a look. Yeah, everything looks good to me. Okay. Now, we have the body here. We have the fake engine here. And we're going to start building something new. We got 101, 102, and 103. Those are the 3 pieces we're starting with. 101, 102, 103. There's 107, there's 104. Okay, there's 101. By the way, there's 2 102s, but I only need one of them. That's 101, 102, and 103. There's 2 103s as well. So this is probably something symmetrical that we're building. All right, I popped out 2 103s, so we definitely have to keep going at least until we need the second 103. All right, now how do these go together? They go together, sort of. Sorry about that. Like one goes in front of the other, and then they get clipped together. So this thing, no, this thing is basically a staple. 102 is a staple that is used to clip 101 and 103 together. All right. Where's that little dot thing go? It actually doesn't show it, so I'm going to assume it goes on the other side. I don't know why they didn't give us a caution. They should have. Anyway, I think I got it. All right, so we sort of stapled that together. Yeah, all the ink is on one side, so that seems correct. Now we need, they're giving us cautions on the next one. Now, 104, 103, and 102. Yeah, this is what I predicted. We're building 2 of these. Now we're building one from the other side. So there's this piece. The other 103. Here's the other 102. And now we need the 104, which is going to look like the 101. I just nearly popped out the 107. See it hanging out there? I don't know. It's like the 107 popped right out. And the 104 doesn't budge at all. Okay, there we go. All right, now how are we going to do this? Paint on this side this time. Staple on the other side. All right. I think we got it. Having trouble with this 103 and 102. Man, I mean, it went in, it made the sound, but it's not straight. I don't know if it's supposed to be or not. Well, I guess we'll find out soon enough. All right, now we have to connect them with a 106, which seems to have the word bed printing on it. There's 106. I don't know, it's not as obvious in person. Here, when they do it in red, it's real obvious that the letters are BAD. I don't know if that's a coincidence. That, you know, I mean, this is made from a country that doesn't even use this character set. But they do use it on the license plate, so they probably do know. You know, it probably is supposed to say bad. I don't know why they need to say bad. I'll tell you, it is a bad piece. It's bad to try to get this out without breaking it. Wow, this is a tough piece to get out. Long, skinny pieces are always difficult to get out without breaking them. All right, we got it. All right, what do we got to do here? So, those little circles in front, that's where this goes. And there's, make sure you spell it correctly. I guess it's got a caution. I guess just the BAD reads going up. All right, that's pretty wobbly and jangy right now, but the next piece hopefully locks it in, and that is a 105. And then we're going to use the 107 after that. But 105 for now. There it is, 105. All right. How does this go? Like this. And then the 2 ends clip in. That's going to start to get stable. The hell just happened? Well, the 105 probably should have come first. Before the BAD. Wow, that's crap. It's falling apart. No, it's not crap. It's good. If anything's crap, it's my craftsmanship. All right, let's just... I know I've seen other people do amazing Ugears puzzles on the web, so I have to just I just have to do better. I mean, if it doesn't work, I'm the problem. You know, I know that these puzzles are doable. Okay. What's the next? 107. That's the one we popped out by accident. Goes right down the middle. And now there's like 3 pegs back here, so there's definitely going to be something back there in a minute. Come on. What just happened? Like bent sideways. All right, that's in. Now, 108. This is going to help. It's going to go across the top here, and it's going to lock all 3 pieces. All right, where's 108? There it is. It's even a good-looking piece. Looks strong. All right. Face this way. Ink on top. Go over the bad. Yeah. There we go. How is this not on camera? I'm like right under the camera. And I look at the monitor and I don't see the model on the camera. Come on. You know, that BAD spins. I don't know why they made such a big deal about it facing front. It spins. You can change which way it's facing at any moment. Come on. Get in there. It's the middle one, I think, can go further. No, it's good. We're good. Wow, that's not... The spacing is not... This one's further apart than this one. It's not equidistant. What's the word I'm looking for? It's fucked up is what I'm trying to say. Oh, I think they're both supposed to go in. That kind of makes more sense. Oh, that looks nice. Like the Adidas logo or something. Or am I thinking of a different logo? Not Adidas. Maybe Reebok, Puma? I don't know what it looks like, but it looks good. So these side ones are supposed to go behind this 108. At least I think so. And 109 is going to go up here. Oh, are these like brake lights or something? Let's see. All right, 109 is going to cover the BAD. I think this is a symmetrical piece. So let's just pop it on there. This light, I'm going to have to replace this light. It's like the cable just constantly pops out. And for some reason, even though it has a battery, when the cable pops out, it turns off. Again, the BAD is still going to spin. Don't worry about it. It's a circle piece. It's meant to spin. All right, let's just try it that way. Yeah, that worked. I just pushed it. I just lined them up and then just pushed it against the table. So that's the mat was protecting my table. And there's the little BAD. Number 110 gets a caution logo. Caution, I think, is just saying point the ink up at this. And it's going to connect. This doesn't look right. Oh no, it's going to connect all 3 back here. And that's it. It's just going to connect in the back. So where's piece 110? I think we're done with sheet 2. Yeah, we're done with sheet 2. The sheet is empty. I guess 110 is going to be on sheet 3. And we're still under an hour. We've got a chance. We've got a chance of getting this done. All right, is that 110? I'm looking at these backwards or something. Yeah, here we go. That's 110. All right, ink up, pop it on. It's actually only the middle one that goes on, and then the other ones go in. They sort of lock in that angular thing that we've been dealing with. This one is out, by the way. All right, 1, 2, 3. Not perfect yet. A little further to go there. See that? It's actually far from perfect. What am I doing? What is this empty space here? Maybe there's going to be something that shows up in a minute and fills that space. That must be it. Because this doesn't go in any further. There's a little groove there. Probably going to connect to something. All right. We're going to get a check mark. No, we're at the check mark. It's time to inspect our work.
Interesting puzzles you were.
Well, we built the engine. This is the real moving engine, which is in the chassis. That's the spring engine. This is the fake model engine. We built that pretty much all tonight. And now we're building this. I'm not sure what it is, but it has this thing that spins and says BAD on it. I don't know what it is. Probably could spot it here. I don't know what it is. Is that where the driver goes? Okay, yeah, so we didn't get to the cockpit yet. So it's going to be engine here, cockpit here, and then whatever the hell this is.
Okay.
All right. All right, I'm still inspecting this. I'll tell you, it doesn't look right, but I think it's just the angle. Like, I can't find anything wrong. It just doesn't look right, but I think it's just a weird angle the picture was taken at. Actually, it's probably a 3D render, but I'm sure this is all built on computer. I know it's laser cut, so I mean, the design, I'm sure, is also by computer. And not just like a separate app to figure out how to fit the places here on the board. I'm sure they have also a program for design. All right, so we need to attach this piece to this piece. That's what happens next. And then we're going to turn it. We're going to crank it using this. Sounds exciting, huh? All right, so something back here. Yeah, there it is. That little, remember this little groove we talked about? There's a little pin at the bottom of the groove, and that's going to go in here. So this is actually part of the engine. Oh yeah, there it is. It's right there in the picture. I don't know how I missed that. So there's a groove here. There's a hole. There's a square here. There's a groove here. And there's a pin on both sides. So I think I go for the square first, and then I pop the pin in. Drop the pin in. So let's get this in here if we can. We can. It's in. I don't know if it's totally in. Let's see if we can get it a little further. It's just going to sit on top, so it's actually not going to mechanically change anything if we don't get it perfect, but it would be nice to get it perfect. Let me know if you like this camera angle better or not. not quite there yet. I tell you that Elon Musk, I'm not really a fan of his, but, and I've heard that nothing's changed yet in terms of the moderation on Twitter. Like, officially nothing's changed yet, but somehow unofficially it has. Like, stuff that would never get through, and I'm not talking about like negative stuff, I'm talking about just like factual stuff, like stuff that would never get through in the past. Like, I just heard is getting through now. Like, I just heard this thing, I don't know if it's true, but it was like Judge Joe Jackson, and I'm not going to say what he said because I don't know if it's true, but you can like look it up. I think that was his name, Judge Joe Jackson. I think he's like a TV judge. Anyway, he was talking about politics, and it's like not what you see normally. I tell you, there's a lot of stuff out there. I don't know what's going on. I'm really curious what's going to happen in the election in 2 days, or is it like 4 days? Whenever it is, Tuesday, not 2 days, Tuesday. I think I have some idea, but what I think is different is basically there's certain neighborhoods that usually vote like 95+% for one party, and I think that that's no longer true. And I think that the people in those neighborhoods have to make that clear. Otherwise, I know that I don't want to, at the risk of being called an election denier, I mean, I've seen videos of what went on last election. You know, the counters being locked out and cardboard being on the windows and people not allowed to observe the process, stuff, but then there's cameras inside and they're like taking suitcase out and stuff showing up. So basically those certain districts, I think those people need to be loud about, you know, if it says like 95% went this way, those people in those districts need to stand up and say, you know, that's not true. We did not vote 95% that way. We voted whatever the percentage is, you know, do a survey, a poll, whatever it is. You know, I mean, because those poll watchers, I mean, they don't get to change people's vote. They only get to record the vote. I'm not accusing anyone. I'm just saying 95, since when do 95% of people ever agree on anything? I'm just, you know, and I think it's even less true these days than it used to be. All right, I'm getting sidetracked on this puzzle. All right, so it's not a checkpoint, but it says to turn this clockwise. I don't know why it says to do that. When I do it, oh, this rubber band over here doesn't really do anything, honestly. I mean, I'm turning it, nothing's happening. I feel the rubber band, but it's not loading up anything. All right, so now I think we're finally gonna put this engine onto this chassis here. I think that's what happens next. All right, so there's a big caution sign here, which is saying that this gear needs to go in this hole, which, by the way, it doesn't even fit in that hole. So I guess this little circle on front of the gear is supposed to go on that hole. And then we have to snap this whole thing down, I believe. Let me read these instructions a little bit more before I attempt it. Yeah, that's what they're showing us, that there's gears inside of here. Yeah, can you see them? There's 2 gears inside of there, and there's a circle here. So we're aiming for the circle. We're aiming for the cutout circle there with the wooden circle here. And when it's done, those gears are supposed to turn. So now this previous page where it said to spin this gear, that's going to make a lot more sense once this is put in there. because then when we turn this, it's going to tell us whether it turns that or not. Let's just get it in there and see what happens. And then I don't see it. Yes, it does say to lock in. So there's 4 pins down there, 4 receivers there. Give me a second. It's all going to lock together in a minute. Assuming we can do it. I guess it's all on me at the moment. All right. There's a little window down there. Maybe I should go from the bottom and look through the window. Yep, that's the answer. Nice little window down there. I can see exactly what's going on. All right. I can't get this in. And maybe that's why they were talking about spinning this, to get it to line up. Like spin as needed to get it to line up. It's very close. Ooh, I can reach it with that window at the bottom. I actually can spin it with my finger. It's lined up. The circle is lined up, but it's not through. Where's that little tool that they give us? What do I do with it? There it is. Well, it's not all the way in. And I can't push the pins in until this circle is all the way in. And what's stopping this circle is that these gears need to line up. And I can't quite see how they, well, like what needs to happen to line them up. Like I can see the gear, but I can't see and I can even spin the gear, but I can't see the point where it makes contact with the other gear. And therefore, I don't know. But I can just blindly spin it, you know, like 1 degree at a time until it starts moving, which, by the way, it did just start moving. So that was the answer. Just spin it a little bit at a time until it fits in there. And it's basically, it's almost in. It's very close to being in. The pins are lined up. So let's try to get the pins in. That's going to be a very happy moment when we do that. Okay. Are you kidding me? Did we actually do it? We did it. It's in. The back pins are in. The front pins are in. And if I'm not mistaken, those gears are lined up because we got the circle in. And the way I got it to go in was by moving it through this little window here. I was spinning the gear, you know, like as minutely as possible until it would push forward. And then when it pushed forward, I assume that means that it was lined up with the other gear. All right, you can see they're flush. Those are the 4 connections. There's the window, which we can spin the gear from. I'm not sure that we can spin it that freely, but we can spin it. You know what? I'm not going to worry about trying to spin the gear that way. I'm going to wait till the instructions tell me to spin it. But the engine's in there. There you go. That engine is mounted. All right, what's next? Checkpoint. It's checkpoint. Inspect our work. Green checkpoint. Feels like a natural place to stop, but I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep going. All right. This goes over here for a minute, and we start building something new. We wax up 111, 87, 112, and 113. 111 is an elbow. 113 is a pin. 112, excuse me, 112 is basically a forearm. I apologize. Right. 111. Here it is. Here's the elbow. Are we going to have to go back to the prior page to get 87? We might have to. All right, number 112 is this piece here. While I was eating dinner, I watched a new, I don't know if it's new or it's just new to me. It was on Netflix. It was called Blockbuster. It's like a series of the last Blockbuster. I'm sure, I mean, not accurately. There is another documentary that's accurately about the last Blockbuster. This was just a silly comedy. I watched one episode while eating dinner. Looked pretty good, though. I don't know when I'll get back to it. Maybe next time I eat dinner. All right, 87. There is an 87 on this page. Didn't have to go back. All right, now. It says grease up these two holes. That's what they want. All right. That's the, there is a caution. And the caution says have the big end sticking out. So the little end, is that what it says? Or is it about the angle? There is an angle to this. That angle's down. This angle's up. And I think that's what the caution is saying. Angle up. Okay. All right, we're doing that. And we put the pin in. Again, the width is the length. As insane as that sounds. That's often the case in this build. The width of the board is the length of the aperture. Should have waxed this piece. If it comes out, I'm going to wax it before trying again. Wow. Yep. Yeah, I'll pull that out, wax it, and try again. I think it's just not going in. It's weird. Like, wax makes it, at least in a tiny way, it makes it thicker, but it makes it go through for other chemistry type reasons. All right. Did we wax this side of the pin? I don't know. Let me do it now just in case. All right. Goes forward like this. And then we put the pin on. Wow, that was like so loose. Wax was too effective. All right, I'm not sure what we're building here. But we're adding another joint in the next panel. Another 87. No, wait a second. We're not adding anything. We're rotating this like this. What? What just happened? I knew that thing was too loose. Right. So this is not locked on at all. I shouldn't have added wax to this side. Don't add wax when you're adding 87. All right. They want another 87. Maybe I should swap the position of these two. And then they want to stick this on here. But I don't see how, because there's holes here and there's holes there. There's no receivers. Let me study this. Oh, okay. No, I'm looking at it wrong. They don't want it down there. They want it up here. 1, 2. Was that the third one? Where's the third one? Yeah, that's the third one. Wow, that's crazy. I guess it's not that crazy. All right. They only want 187. And where's that go? It goes to this joint. So here, I believe. All right. Well, we already used. No, there's another 87. Very common piece, apparently. All right. So. All right. I'm switching these 87s. I'm going to switch for the non-greased one. Or at least the one that already took some grease off. All right, so here, here, and up here. This 87 keeps popping off. Shouldn't have greased it. Got the top on. Too bad the 87. Too bad the first 87 is not a strong connection. It's supposed to be kind of like this. I don't know what would keep it in that position. That's the way they show it in the picture, but, you know. See, now the gravity just pulls it back down. In the picture, it looks like this. I don't know what would keep it like that, though. Do we not put enough of these 87s? Or I don't know. This is off. It's supposed to be on here. The 87 fell off again. I don't know where it went. It's stuck in there. All right, that moves. Okay. And then this goes on here with the 87 that has no chance of staying on. How many more times is it going to fall off? I feel like putting a dab of glue. Anyway, it is what it is. Okay. 114 is the next piece. And it goes over here, I believe. Is there something there? If not, then it goes over here. 114. Just trying to make sure. Yeah, it goes here. There's two pieces though, so which one? Top one. All right, 114 is here. I have a caution on this one. And the caution is again the orientation of that square. And it again should point up. So on both sides it points up. Not really sure what's so important about that piece. By the way, it's a check mark after that. This little nothing piece was the last piece before a check mark. All right, on to 23. All right, we're building something new. That looks like where the driver's gonna sit. 115, 116, 117, 118, and 119. So 115 through 119 is apparently the driver's seat. 115 through 119. I see 116 here. 117. It's a tough piece to get out. 118. That was actually 119, and this is 118. I should put them in order. 17, 19, and the next one will be 18. And then 115 is right here. All right. 115. This is 116 is the backrest. All right. 117. What would you call that? The lumbar support? Anyway, 117 goes next. And then 118 is for some reason longer than the other pieces. Wait a second. This has a long side and a short side. You got to be real careful. What about the one before it? It doesn't really say. I guess they're symmetric. If it doesn't say, they must be symmetric. Whereas this one, the short side goes in first. All right. And now we get the other side of the chair, which is another 115. And no, is it 116? They both say 115, but on the board here it says 116. What's going on? Yeah, they both say 115. Is there another 115? Because 116 looks exactly like it. I'm inclined to just use that piece. Yeah, there's no way that that's not the right piece. It's labeled 116 on the sheet. You can see it there. It says 116. But down here, it says 115 for both pieces. Well, whatever. There's no way that that's not the piece. If I'm wrong about this piece, I'll eat this board. By the way, I won't really do that. But I'm also not wrong. All right, so we found at least one mistake in the instructions. It was a very minor mistake. Maybe it really was a mistake in the printing. You know, maybe someone changed it and they just didn't update the thing. I don't know. It also, they kind of look alike, 115 and 116. Definitely the type of typo mistake that can happen. Wow, before it gets put in, it's basically a rocking chair. Look at that curve. Look at that little rocking chair. Looks like, remember they used to make those gaming chairs that would like sit on the floor and they would be like little rocker chairs? If you remember those, kind of looks like that. All right, 123 is the next piece. Where is 123? Ugears, the tail fin, what do they call that thing? The spoiler? Yeah, oh wow, there's some cool pieces on board 3. All right, but I'm supposed to be looking for 123 right now. I don't see it. the previous sheet. Let's take a quick peek here. Nope. There, I see 122. Oh, there's 123. It's kind of like in disguise. This piece that it was wrapped around was, why did it have those gaps there? It was like a very, very good disguise it had. By the way, it's not an easy piece to pop out. It's got that long skinny thing, and it's got two of them, like one on each side. That makes it like even tougher to pop out. Oh my goodness. Where does this clip on? Oh, this very front here. Is there a correct way to do it? Oh, it's just kind of like push them apart for a second. Hopefully without breaking them. That's the plan. Push them apart for a second. All right, they're in position. It definitely seems like a very easy piece to accidentally break. All right, it's on. Does it need to fold back or anything? Don't do that. Don't fold it back. That's probably a bad idea. All right, 120 and 121. They're right here. There's 120. It's like the roll cage. All right, 121. That went on too easy. 121. There's no click sound, no struggle. Just went right on. All right, now 122. The piece we mistook for 123 a minute ago. All right, this is a really good piece. It's gonna click together a lot of stuff. All right. There we go. I'm making the driver's area, cockpit, front seat, driver's seat, whatever you want to call it. It's getting pretty sturdy. And we're not done yet. Two 124s go over the top. There they are. Wow, L-shaped pieces. Those definitely want to break when you're pushing them out. I mean, they're like long, skinny, and have a turn right in the middle. Don't break the piece when you're getting it out. All right, there's one. There's the other one. All right. How do these go in? They go across. Yeah. Gonna be stable once this is in. Once these two are in. Well, they're not locking in. They're just like sitting there. I thought, am I doing it wrong? Yeah, this is not nearly as deep as they have it in. These are clearly not on. It's supposed to go in quite deep. And that is not currently the case. For whatever reason. Doesn't say to wax them. So what's the problem? This is crazy. It just won't go in. All right, it's in. I noticed that it happens very often when I make an exasperated, it's not happening statement. It happens a second later. Maybe the fact that maybe I make that statement at the same time I've convinced myself this must be correct, and therefore I push with the right amount of force. Or maybe something more interesting. Not sure what, but maybe. All right. Why does this keep being off camera? I'm sorry. All right, there we go. Got that finally on. I don't think it's even totally on yet. The front piece is a little bit high. Again, it doesn't matter. It's nothing's going to stack on top of it, but I think it's going to sit right there, no? Let's see. Well, it doesn't show a check mark because 7 comes next. Then we get a check mark. But there's a little like review, like take a look here. And then we're going to put it here exactly as we predicted. And then we get a check mark. All right, so 4 connectors. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice. Man, right in front of the engine, huh? Is this how these cars are actually built? That's insane. The driver sits in front of the engine? Who would do that? These drivers must be insane. That's crazy. All right, that side, yeah. Let's do it. What? Something just fell off. I think it was this little locking pin. Why does that never stay? Do I have that on sideways or something? Or should I rotate it sideways? Yeah, it seems slightly snugger sideways. By the way, those 4 pieces are in. Yeah, they're in. Let me just see if I can get a little... No, they're not going any further. They're in. So check it out. We got the body. We got the real engine, the fake engine, the driver's seat. There's this stick shift, or maybe it's a brake, or maybe it's parachute deploy. I don't know what that is. Some huge handle. All right, and that admiring was what the direction said. We got a check mark. Check mark said admire. All right, we're building something. We need 2 125s, 2 126s, 2 127s, 4 more 126s, another 127, 2 128s. All right, let's just do this one at a time. Lay it out, then pop it all together. All right, 2 125s. Here's a 130. All right, here's my 2 125s. These are tiny pieces, by the way. They look much bigger on paper. All right, 125. One more. 125. All right, there we go. 2 126s. We got a lot of 126s. Let's pop 2 of those out. Now, 127. 4 more 126s. Oh my goodness. The whole thing popped out. The thing that was holding the 126s just popped right out. Throw that out. Recycle, I should say. Of course, recycle responsibly. Though they don't, the cardboard doesn't take wood, so, but I'll figure out what to do with it. All right, another 127, 2 128s, then we get to building. So, where are these 128s? There they are, they're tiny. All right. While I build these, let me answer the question. Who was the best boss you ever had? The worst? Well, of course I have to say my current boss is the best boss. I don't think I could legally say otherwise. So let me pick the second best boss as well. You know, when I worked at the golf course, I mean, I don't want to like pick favorites. I mean, they were all good. But when I worked at the golf course, I guess I could say the guy's name because it was like 35 years ago. I mean, he was probably 50 then. I suppose he could be 85 now, or he could be, who knows. His name was Ed Paff. If you're wondering, it's the same Ed Paff that you know. He had a very particular characteristic where he would look like a foot to the right of whoever he was talking to. So I was like warned that before I met him. Like, you're gonna think he's talking to someone else, but he's talking to you. So he would not look at you when he talked to you. But he was a good boss. He would if I did a good job, he would get me like fries and soda and hamburger and that kind of stuff. But you know, they were all good bosses, you know, and I didn't have that many bosses because where I work currently, I'm there like 30 years and it's the same boss for at least the last 20 years. So there's not really much to even talk about. There's like no competition. And some of the other corporate jobs I have, I don't even remember if I had a boss or who it was. And then before I worked at the golf course, I worked as a paper boy for 4 years, so I didn't have a boss. I was my own boss. And then I had like part-time jobs when I was in college, like security guard, weight room attendant, landscaping crew, supermarket checkout. There was a cool guy at the supermarket. I can't remember his name at the moment, but I remember he used to make funny comments about the flyers. I like the sales and the flyers. He was like serious guy. And by the way, the main boss was like serious guy, but he would make funny comments just because, I don't know, he would just make funny comments while he was doing his job. I can't remember his name. But then the second boss, he was like such a like stereotypical like second boss, like from a sitcom. He was like 6'4" and bald and pudgy, and he wore glasses, and he would make like constant jokes and usually like dirty jokes. And I was like, this guy was like exactly the guy you would have as like the second boss in like a type of supermarket sitcom show. That guy was like exactly. And then the woman they had working, it was actually not a woman, it was like a 19-year-old girl with, I don't even want to describe it, someone's going to walk in, but like almost like unrealistic proportions. And and that's who would work at the office. It was like that job I had. It was the Grand Union in Coxsackie, New York, in the early to mid 90s. So if you want to find out, the crew was working there. Everything there was exactly the way it would be at a sitcom. I probably was exactly the way I would be at a sitcom because everything else matched up perfect. The guy who was the overnight unloaded the boxes. I mean, it was a small store, so you could like specifically know who everyone was. The dairy guy, the butcher, the store manager, the assistant store manager. There actually were a couple of different ladies at the office. I mean, you could name every one of those people. I probably was one of those people. You know, I was just doing checkout, and then I started doing the boxes, and then I was going to be trained for the office, but then the ladies revolted. They thought, you know, that was like their domain. I didn't want to do it, you know, but the guy was like, oh, they said you're intelligent. We're going to train you for the office. And then I told people, which was stupid, but was really good because it got me out of work in the office. So they were thinking like, this guy's here one night and they're going to train him for the office. And so it actually was kind of good that I blabbed because then it got canceled. But I also learned don't blab until things are like locked into place. But in this case, it worked out good because I didn't want to work in the office. Maybe I secretly thought that when I blabbed. And I can't remember the guy's name. I'm coming up with Harold, but I'm not sure if that's correct. Maybe I'm wrong. That might be it, though. That might be correct for the main boss. All right, now I need to get two pieces. 130, which is double-sided pin, and 129, which is this piece. Looks like I was going to say looks like an anchor, but also looks like that. All right, 129, and then 130 is just a pin. There's the pin. 143 definitely looks like an axe. All right. By the way, when I started that grocery job, I had to go to another town. Like before I started, I had to go to another town where there was a bunch of, I had to like drive like an hour away to some other place where a bunch of other new like Grand Union employees were being trained on how to work at Grand Union. It was like pretty funny at the time. I thought it was pretty funny. I'm telling you, everything about that job was like a sitcom wrote it. It was kind of a hilarious job. A lot of that town was like that. You know, I had that experience recently when we were coming back from Albany and the car, like, it like 3 times in a row. Like one time there was like a snowstorm, another time it was late, another time was the car broke down. We keep getting like trapped in Coxsackie, and every time I go there, I'm convinced that it's like that Truman Show. It's like everything is set up like exactly the way it would be set up if it was fake. It's like, I don't know if I'm describing that well. It's like everything is just like it was set up by a producer. Does anyone remember what I was supposed to do with this piece? It seems like I never installed it. I think it goes right here. All right, let's get that in place. This thing again. How many times is it gonna fall off? Every time I do anything, this 87 falls off. It's just not gonna stay on ever. I'm gonna have to glue it. It's nothing about it is staying on. All right, now 131 and 132. There's not that much left. I feel like we're gonna be working on the tires soon. All right, this is 132. So I feel like this should be 131, but it doesn't say that. It just says, oh, over here it says 131. Okay, so this is 131 and 132. All right. 132. I got this right? I think so. How does it connect? All right, we got to get the front connection right. And then from there, everything will fall into place. Underneath there, that's the first connection. How are we going to get there, though? That would make more sense, but it's not right. I can't get in there to make that connection. And plus, it's never going to work anyway, because this piece, I must be misreading something. Oh, no, it goes through the body. You see this? It goes through that. Yeah, there we go. That's how you do it. No. Oh, the whole thing goes through, not just a pin. There we go. Okay. Kind of getting somewhere. Nice. What about the one we said we were going to do first is not in yet. Freaking 87 just fell off again. Oh my goodness. It's like so long, this thing. Come on. I'm going to break the whole thing if I put pressure on this. We already got E7 rolling around on the floor. All right. Let's get that 87 back together. Definitely should not have greased that pin. You gotta know when to grease and when not. If it's a gear, grease it. If it's a pin, don't. That's my rule. Grease the gear, not the pin. All right. 132 goes on the other side. Oh, it's starting to look like a dragster. I want to just forget about this 87. I mean, it's obvious that it's going to fall off every second, but at the same time, I don't want to lose it. So I keep putting it back on, but it's not going to stay on. Maybe it is, I don't know. Inside out. Such a flimsy little piece, this 131 and 132. And we're trying to like do this serious construction with it. By the way, I didn't get one portion on. Didn't even realize that I didn't. Now I have to backtrack and do it. Back here. I think I could lift this up. Yeah. That's a mess. I don't even know whether I want to lift it up or push it down. One side lift up, the other side push down. There we go. Yeah, that was exactly it. Lift up one side, push down the other side. Almost. All right. That's on. I'm sure 87 fell off. There it is. Why do I keep putting it back? It's just going to fall off again. I hope your picture's better than what I see on my screen. It's really not looking good on my screen. All right. 133 and 134. 133 has some artwork on it. It says Fuel. 33, 134. By the way, we're just doing them like separately. I assume it's going to go here in a second, but for the time being, we're just doing them on their own. 133, and this is 134. Did I already mention that the car is broken? Because the car is broken, I can't drive kids to school in the morning, which means they need to leave earlier and take the train. But what it really means is that I get to sleep in an extra hour, which is why I'm not too worried about trying to get this done. You know, though we're at the 2-hour mark, I feel like I have to stop at some point, but I don't know. Maybe I'll get it done, maybe I won't. All right, fuel stays out. Yeah, this goes in the back. And then I assume we're going to put this on top of the other main structure. All right. Good. Now, how do we get this on here? Just drop it on? Wait, I should wait for the instructions to tell us to do that. Well, that is in fact what we do. We drop it on here. You know, there could have been something that went in the middle, but yeah, I guess this is exactly as you would have predicted. Should there be a pin here? I guess we'll get to that at some point. I'll tell you, there's a couple of empty spots here, like look like they're supposed to be pins. I guess there will be at some point. Well, definitely starting to look like a dragster. Don't mind that. That's just 87. It always falls off. By the way, there's room on this pin. Gonna be more going on there. Not sure what, but something. How can I make this 87 stay on? Should I add a little piece of tape? Because glue doesn't dry quick enough. I'm gonna add a little piece of tape. Maybe I'll remove it later, but I'm just tired of dealing with this for right now. It just keeps falling apart. Though the tape generally looks so bad that I hate using it. But I'm spending a lot of time picking up the same piece over and over again and sticking it back on. I mean, I could remove it at the end, but just for now, so it doesn't come. Oh man, did you see that? The tape took it off. Like the tape was stronger than the friction connection. Reminds me of this saran wrap. You know, when you deal with saran wrap and you're like, this shit only sticks to itself. Yeah, unbelievable. It's like it'll pull that 87 out, but it won't hold it on. It's like it'll stick to 87, but not the thing behind it. This is a mess. This was a fail. I feel like I should have wrapped a wire, you know, like a cable. They give you those wires sometimes to wrap around. That maybe would have worked better. But anyway, I don't care. I'll deal with it at the end. All right, so we put this on. The next thing we do, it's 135 and 136, and then 135 and 137 on the other side. 135, 136, and then stick 2 pins through that are, all right, 35, 138. So 135 just sits there, and then 138 goes through, but then you put 135, 136, and then 138 are pins which go through. And 35 and 137. No, wait, 135 and 136. Anyway, one side gets 136 and one side gets 137. I might as well just set up both pairs right now. So there's one pair. There's the other pair. And they each get 2 138s. Of course, the whole thing pops out. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Something about it's like not fitting in there. All right, we got it. I don't know why it didn't fit in for a second. And then drop in 2 138s. Should I have put the 138s through first? Seems like they're tough otherwise. Well, I kind of am doing that. Wow. I'm having a tough time pushing that piece in. How deep is it supposed to go? By the way, they show it going in from the bottom, not from the top. I mean, it probably doesn't matter, but next set I'll do from the bottom. Kind of makes sense, go through the bottom, but anyway, I went from the top. Probably so that they don't stick out if you go through the top. It's through. So yeah, can go from either direction. Yeah, they're in totally. Doesn't matter that we went the wrong way. Let's try the other one the right way. I bet you it's going to be tougher when we do it the right way. Oh man, I probably was off camera again. Anyway, you just have to take my word for it. I got the 2 pins through by going the top. But this other side, I'm going to go from the bottom. I doubt it's going to be any easier or different, but instructions say to do it, so let's give it a shot. Yeah, this is no easier. If anything, it's tougher. Anyway, it's probably the same either way. It's definitely not any easier. I think I like going from the top because then you have a target at the end, like a stationary target, whereas when you go from the bottom, you've got a moving target. And on the one hand, you could say, well, it's moving, you can make adjustments, but somehow I like hitting into that stable spot better. By the way, remember last week I was talking about that stray dog equipment that I ordered? They haven't shipped it yet. I understand the bench was going to take 6 to 12 weeks, but I thought the stock items they were going to ship within 2 days. Instead, like, I don't know, nothing's happening. It's like no reports. I don't know how long I wait until I check on it. Okay, maybe I should call them up. Anyway, those fins are on. They look pretty cool too. Yeah, look at that. I think it looks cool. Wow, my computer screen looks terrible even though it's hooked up to Ethernet. I'm going to refresh and see if it gets better. It didn't get any better. Hopefully it looks better from your view. I mean, Ethernet looks good. I don't understand what the problem is. Okay. Is it a checkpoint? No, well, it's the end of the page. Anyway. All right, now we're building something new again. We're always like building something new, then attaching it to the body. And actually, that's a pretty easy way to work. You're not constantly fighting with this main structure. You build something, then click it on. All right, 139, 140, 141, and 142. So 139 through 142. That's what we're looking for. There's 139. That is quite an extravagant looking piece. Look at the paint on it. Is that a mistake? The paint looks calmer on this, what they're showing us. 140, 141, and 2 142s. 141 is another crazy piece. What are we building here? All right, we need 140. These are like the stupidest pieces in this whole build. Every one of these pieces from 130, look at these pieces. Every one of these pieces from 139 to 142 is stupid. Wait till you see the 142. There it is. That's like the stupidest of the bunch. They look like blasters from the first Men in Black movie. The little cricket, something like that. All right, let's put this together. Not that there's really much to put together. We just put this in here. And then we put this on top. And there's a little distance in the middle. That's correct. That's how it should be. And then we put the 2 little crickets in the back. Is this like going to go on the very front and attached by these little crickets? I don't know. Let's see. Well, whatever it is, we built it. So this goes... Is this the steering wheel? So Is this how steering wheels look in these type of cars? Like a U type of a thing? Yeah, I guess that's the steering wheel. Looks like it anyway. I mean, it's something. What else could it be? It's right in front of the driver, so that's got to be the steering wheel. Yep, that's the steering wheel. All right, and gas cap. Is that what we're putting on next? Gas cap? All right, 88. Looks like a gas cap. And then 142, 143, it's just a pin that goes in there. I don't know if it has a decorative purpose. It's probably going to hang something. All right, 143 and 88. There's 145, which looks like a gas cap. There's 88. Yeah, that's a gas cap, all right. 88. Oh, there's another 141. How could there be another 141? Are we putting on a second steering wheel? Or is it like the top of the steering wheel? I don't know. We're looking for 143. I see 144, but, you know. Here's 143. It's the axe piece. Remember that axe piece we came across earlier? That's it. I feel like I'm popping a lot of pieces off just off screen. Sorry about that. Anyway, this is going to go facing the gas cap. I don't know if anything is supposed to click into it or not. There it is. It's in. Let's put the gas cap on. There we go. That was nice. Two kind of self-contained little pieces. But next, we're putting on tires, and it wants us to wax them up. 144, 145, and 146. 2 sets of that. We're putting the tires on. I mean, we're getting there. We're up to the tires. I don't know how much is left when you start putting the tires on. 146, that goes on the outside. On each side. 145 goes just inside of that on each side. This is a surprisingly tricky piece to pop off because it's mostly hollow. Don't want to break it. All right, another one. And then inside of that is 144. There's 144. It says to grease these up. And I'm going to listen to them this time. Because if I grease the post, then this is going to slip off. We've already learned that. So I'm only going to grease these little tiny things. Because if I grease the post, nothing else will lock in. All right. Here we go. Time to put a wheel on this thing. I mean, it's probably just a hubcap or a cylinder or whatever, but it's the start of a wheel anyway. How many wheels does this have? It looks like there's another one you could put on top of this. All right. There we go. Goes right on. It does indeed. Goes over the circle. That's pretty cool. All right. Is that what the front wheels look like? That's insane. Look at that. Is that it? There's got to be more to it than that. That's probably just like the hubcap or something. Not the hubcap, you probably know better than me. The rims or whatever, I don't know. Tire irons, whatever. It's something inside. It's not the, can't possibly be the outside, could it? Those dinky little wheels, there has to be more to that. But maybe there isn't. Maybe these are the wheels that lift off the ground and all the real work is done by the back tires, and these are just for basically like landing gear on a plane Just kind of crashed down there. All right, now 147 and 148. These are kind of fins that go out here. And they have caution, but it's a very simple caution. Just says keep the ink on the outside. 47, 148. Somehow I'm doing them wrong. Oh, I have it facing the wrong way. I have the whole like car facing the wrong way. So I gotta kind of adjust. It's gonna go on or what? All right. At least that 48 stopped popping off constantly since we taped it. The tape looks ugly, but I'll just remove it at the very end. And maybe I'll replace it with glue. All right. Ooh, spoilers up next. All right, 150, 149, and 150. These are some cool pieces, let me tell you. Here's 149. And right next to it is its buddy 150. Now, what do we do with these pieces? Let's get to get. I just knocked off 148. No. Oh, man. Not only did I knock off 148, I knocked off the piece behind it. How did I manage to do that? It was taped on. And now I don't even see. Oh, there it is. Unbelievable. Is there some other way I can make this stay on? Maybe I could pinch this outside, like bend it a little bit, maybe. All right, I'm gonna do the spoiler. I don't have time to play with that. All right, Ugears. Here we go. Spoiler alert. I'm putting the spoiler on. It doesn't reach. Oh, did I like not click this on like yesterday or the first day? Was I supposed to? Oh my goodness, we've been like doing this whole thing with this not attached. I probably was supposed to do that on day one. Well, better late than never. All right. I wonder what else we didn't lock in. Cool. Very cool. Nice. Spoiler. All right. We're going to do the tape from the other side this time. We're going to go through the back first. Okay. There we go. I'm just trying to read how this attaches. It's where's the ink? I think it kind of goes like this. I think so anyway. Come on. feel like I'm like just not doing as well as I was 2 hours ago. But I feel like I want to get this finished. But it's definitely a thing that once you start getting tired, you don't work as efficient. It would be better just to like sleep and wake up, which I would do if this was a real work project, but this is like a for fun project, so I feel like I just gonna go straight through. All right, now the spoiler is still not done. Look at this, Ugears drag racing. I'm gonna pop those on. And that's gonna lock those two spoiler pieces together. That's not right. There we go. I didn't even read which number was which. I just knew, recognized those pieces and assumed we could figure it out. Come on. Is it gonna go on or is the whole thing gonna snap? All right, got that one on. All right. Rubber band. I think it's a small one this time. Yeah, they want a small rubber band. And it's kind of tricky what they want done with it. I think so anyway. Yeah, no, it's not that tricky. I thought it was going to go through a hole, but there's just slits on the side. See these 3 pieces? They're apparently all going to get rubber banded together via a small rubber band. So let's work upside down for a minute. Well, this was the 25 millimeter, so it says 12 millimeter, so I assume it's the small one, which is just going to make it a little bit tougher. But we'll get it done. I'd suggest these bottom 2 first, and then the top one. Did that drop in? I don't think it did. I'll take off my glasses to finish this job. All right, 5 of the 6 are in. All right, they're all in. Just QC. Looks good. All right. The next 2 panels, well, it's just a rubber band. Can you believe they devoted 3 panels to attaching that rubber band? One says like pick up the rubber band. The next one says attach to the bottom 2, and the third one says attach to the top one. So we're done. We're up to page 30. I think there's only 30 something pages, right? 35. All right, yeah. I mean, we're gonna finish this tonight. I know it's like already 2 hours and 20 minutes, but it would be, I mean, we're literally up to putting the tires on. It would be insane to stop now. All right, 2 153s, a 154, and 2 155s. All right. Did it say 1 154? 2 153s and 2 155s. All right, 153 is the big one. They go back here. And then and two 155s, which are the smaller ones. Yeah. And then go in front. So this is a rear tire. Everything but the rubber anyway. I think. I don't know why I said that so confidently. I think. All right. Let's go. I should have popped out two sets because surely we're going to put the other set on the other side. I don't know why. See, I'm like obviously not operating at my best right now. Come on. You can do it. Why won't this last piece go on? There we go. As I said before, as soon as I question it, it happens. I should probably try that in real life. I wonder if it would work. Like, why don't I win the lottery? And then I win the lottery. Maybe not. Maybe that's not going to work for that. But I should. It sounds like something I should try. I mean, maybe not with the lottery, but maybe with something more practical. Because, I don't know. I mean, it's working with the puzzle. I mean, I should find out how effective this questioning a situation, how effective is it? You know, I think it works. I think that's maybe even some of my sporting success I had, because when I look back, I feel like I had a lot more success than I had a right to. And maybe a lot of it was I just would say what do I got to do this? What do I got to do to make this happen? I think I told the story before. The kid who was a senior when I was a freshman throwing the shot put, he was like 6'7". So of course he threw it like 58 feet, but I was like 5'10". I mean, I think I'm like 5'11" now, but when I was a senior in high school, I might have been 5'9", or maybe 5'10". Anyway, I threw it just as far as him, just like 4 years of showing up every day. Like, I got to be able to do this. I mean, come on. I didn't throw the discus as far as him, even though as a freshman I did throw it well, but the shot put I threw well. They've actually found out later over the years that you don't need to be as tall for the shot put. It's the discus you need to be taller for. But at that time, nobody knew that. So I was like one of the pioneers. I guess Adam Nelson was another one too. Who I competed against in college. Pioneers in like short guy shot putting. So, I mean, the world record holder and 2-time reigning Olympic champion, he's like, I don't know, 6'7", 6'8". So I'm not saying that height doesn't work out well for shot putters, but you definitely can do it another way. This next section doesn't say anything. It's just like telling me to look. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be looking for. Oh, it's pointing to the start-stop button. Why would it be doing that? Well, yeah, the start-stop button's there. I just don't understand why they want me to look at it. Try pressing it. I don't know what the... Oh, okay. To get this thing in here. Is that why that keeps falling out? Because of the start-stop button? Wow, so this piece, this tenuous piece, is also connected to the start-stop, which is connected to the engine. This piece has no chance of staying on. It's basically going to be gone. This thing that we had to tape, that whole thing's going to be gone because it's tied to the you know what's that there for? You remember that bad? That's there to make that bad spin around, which admittedly would be cool. All right, maybe I can find some way to vice this together because that would be cool. That's what it's there for, to spin that BAD. All right, two 156s. That's what we're up to. Are these on the next board? So I don't see them on this board. I see 167, I see 169, but I don't see 156, which is what they're asking for. Once again, I have it backwards and upside down. Good wheels. That's 159, by the way. 162, 168, 170. Where the hell are the one? These are all 157s across here. It's like a whole sheet of 157s. But I don't see the 156 that they're asking for. Oh, okay, here it is. It's like wrapped around another piece. So that other piece is going to fall out. You see in the middle there, that 171, that's got to go. I need these two 156s. 168, 170, 171. Why are there two 170s? I don't know, but that's what there are. All right. So we're building the tires now. There's the two 156s. Now I need three 157s, and believe me, I got them. There's plenty of 157s. Let me grab three of them. Now, I say be cautious. Make sure you get this correct. Actually, we're only supposed to have two 157s. The third one is supposed to be a 158, which is a little bit different. All right, here's a 158. We got a lot of 158s. Like 10 of them. We have 10 158s. What do we need with 10 158s? Oh, they're going to go all around this tire? Is that a pattern, like two 157s followed by a 158? Yeah, look at this. Look at this like pattern here. Two shorts and a long. Wow. Okay. Sounds like fun. If we get it right. If we get it wrong, it's going to be torture. All right. Well, once we get like the second one on, it should be easy. The first couple will be tough. Okay. Now, how does this go on? You know what? These look closer together in the picture. I think they're supposed to both go in the middle. So I like forced them in there, and that wasn't even right. I mean, I didn't really force them. I mean, the piece that is right, I'm sure, is the same thickness because it's from the same sheet. But basically, we're supposed to put these in the middle here. Does that make sense? So they're going to be the same distance apart, but they're going to be close together in this middle section. Just getting this tire, building this tire. Trickier than you would think. Let me get one of these questions going while I'm doing the tires. What is your dream car? It's a Chevy Suburban. I've already answered that. Let me try to expand on it for a minute. Let me just say about the car. My dream car is a Chevy Suburban, but it's already an issue because my oldest son he's going to be done with high school in 6 months. So my dream was that we were going to get the Chevy Suburban while they were in high school. I was going to like drive them to school and to basketball games, and it didn't happen. And not only did it not happen, but I'm trying to understand how I ever had the money to buy the previous cars, because I had a Chevy Tracker. Okay, that was only like $13K to buy, but then I had a Chevy Trailblazer, and now I have Kia Borrego. But I've had this Kia Borrego for like 14 years, and I'm confused as to how I ever had the money in the past to buy a car, because it now seems impossible. Like when I look at how much it costs and how much money I have, it just seems like an impossibility, like to buy any car. Forget about a Chevy Suburban. So I'm kind of shocked how I ever did it. And it's the expenses are like that, not just with cars, but like, for example, with housing. Like the escrow on my place is $816, and then the utilities are at least $1,200. So even if my property were totally paid off with the bank, which is not, I have like 15 years left, but even if it was 100% paid off, it would still cost $2,000 a month to stay in my own house. And I'm kind of confused by that. Like, is everyone else really has like so easily can make like 2,000 every month to like how is everyone doing this? Like everyone in the world is doing this? How are they doing it? What am I doing wrong? I'm like working hard, supposedly at a good job at a good company. Like, how do I not have enough money for like simple thing as like housing? I don't know. I don't want to get upset, but it definitely seems like that. Like what am I not understanding about this? I must be doing something wrong. Like 2,000 to live in your own house that you already paid for, $2,000 per month. You're basically paying rent to pay. Like, my personal opinion, you have to move to some state where you can grow food and you could own the property and there's no property rights, and you could have a solar panel and a well and a filter, and you could use firewood to heat your house, because what it costs to live in the city is just insane. It's only doable. I don't even think it's doable. It's like some weird system where they just like pretend to give you money, and then they know it's just going to go to like mortgage and utilities. Like they just give you like exactly the amount you need. It's like no matter how many hours I work, it never seems to add up to anything. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. And I know that if someone would make a clip of me complaining, then someone else would make a clip saying, get up off your duff, stop doing this, start doing that, and they'll blame me. But I'm telling you, I'm working. There's so many. I mean, I worked on Christmas, last Christmas. I work on every holiday. I work, till midnight every night. Well, I guess lately it's till 11 every night, or at least till 10. Trust me, I'm not slacking off. I'm working hard. I'm already getting up and going to work every day. Something is not adding up. I'm not sure what it is because it seems like it used to be easy. Like I could remember 25 years ago, maybe from like 2000 to 2004, I remember things going pretty easily. Like, and the utilities were low. Like I remember the utilities costing like maybe 250 per month. Now they're like 1200 per month. Like something just doesn't add up. Maybe my house is like really inefficient on insulation. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Something. All right. This question is depressing me. Let's move on to the next question. What is something that annoys you more than it should? Well, I just spent an hour or however many minutes talking about it. It's utility bills and escrow payment, which is like tax and insurance. Like the house you pay for still costs $2,000 a month. That annoys me. What was your most spontaneous trip? Well, is it count as spontaneous if my company decided it for me, not me? So when I went to Kansas, it was like Kansas City. So I guess I actually went to Missouri. It was like really out of nowhere. And it was like, you got to go do it. But by the way, it was an interesting project. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it. I shouldn't, but it was interesting from a technology way, not a legal way. So I probably could talk about it, but I can't risk it. I just, I'm not going to take any chances. I'll just say that it was cool. Like it could have been a movie script. So that was fun. And that paycheck was good because when you travel for work, like I'm not saying who pays it. I'm not claiming that the client pays it, but somebody pays it. Like if you're not like sleeping or in your hotel watching TV, you're basically, when you travel for work, you're basically getting paid because the theory is like, you don't want to be there. So if you're like eating, sleeping, or watching a movie, then I guess you're not getting paid. But otherwise, you are getting paid. It's like someone made you go there and you're stuck there and, you get paid. It's the same thing when you go to court, which is not my specialty. I mean, I could do it, but I just don't sign up for it. But that's another situation. It's like if you're at the court, you're getting paid. There's no way I mean, maybe if you're eating lunch, like on the theory that everybody eats lunch, but like for the most part, if you're at the court, you're getting paid. And if you have to travel to where the court is, then you're getting paid for both. For like, I mean, you don't get double pay, but it's like you're like double covered. You're traveling and you're at court. So yeah, like as I was talking about earlier, my car currently doesn't work. Like, my kids are taking the train to school tomorrow because I drive a 14-year-old car and it often has problems, as it currently does. So my kids taking the train to work tomorrow. Forget about me driving them. I was planning to visit my parents this weekend. That's not going to happen. I mean, I know there's people who have much worse problems, but I feel like I worked really hard for so long. Like, why is it not adding up to enough to buy a car? I mean, yes, I bought some gym equipment. That was nice. But even if I hadn't bought a single piece of gym equipment, I still wouldn't be able to afford a car. But somehow I did this twice in the past in my life. So how did I do that? I don't know. By the way, these pieces aren't staying on. I don't know if I didn't push them far enough. And I don't see how I can go back and redo it. Let me just try one of them. See if I can pull it on. Okay, I got it. I know what I have to do. Pull them. There's a little cleat here at the bottom that I could pull them by. And it's hurting my fingers. But I'm going to pull every one of them so that they stay on. Although I feel like while I'm pushing one on, I'm like, the ones at the other end are falling off. I have to be careful not to push them in the other direction. You see that? It needs to be something in the middle there holding this on, or it's just going to keep falling off. It's like the gravity on one side. All right, I'll put it sideways. There's another one fell out. It's like when you touch them, they fall out. It's like all this work I'm doing, it's not accomplishing anything. Look at them. They're all falling out. Sideways is not the answer. And the problem with them falling out is that the pattern could get messed up. You know how it's like two short ones, one long one? Now I got to make sure I put them back in the same pattern. All right, I'm not going to touch that. Because if I do, the pieces are going to fall out. Okay. So we put those all in, as annoying as it was. But now they're going to lock in, but they're only going to lock in 5 of these pieces. But then on the other end, it's going to lock on 5 pieces. I don't know if it's the same 5 or how it's supposed to work. Wow. Okay. The inner piece, that's going to help. 159 is going to go to the inside. Let's do that first. All right, 159. It goes inside of 160. It's like already there. Look at that. That's 160. And inside of that is 159. Is that still? Further still? Or is this all one piece? Yes, it's further still. I'm kind of not sure about something. The part that sticks up, is it inside here? Not sure. All right, at least. All right, where does this go? Basically, I don't know if this ring goes on this side or the other side. and I'm not sure where it goes into. I think I got it. Okay, that's good. I think that's right. And now I gotta get this on top. All right. Those long pieces. Are they on this side? No, they're not. So, okay. I see it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's it. All right, this tire is gonna be a lot more stable if I can get this on, because we've got the inner ring holding the stuff out, and now I've got this sort of locking the pieces in. If I can get it on. Sticking to the booklet. All right, got one on. 2, 3, they get easier, each one goes on. 4, I guess that one wasn't easy. All right, kind of something happening there. And then 163 goes on the other side, same deal, locks onto 5 positions. So this is 163. It's got a 162 inside of it. Have to kind of push these all out just to first get in there, and then I can lock them on. For some reason, the first 2 are on, and then this third one, it's like, seems like it's like a mile away. Well, really, there's nothing on yet, but I mean, like, lined up. Again, I'm off camera. This must have become a bad video. I'm not on camera and I'm not answering any questions. This piece is going to break if I force it. I have to get it in without forcing it. It's like these pieces don't want to get out of the way. They like want to go to the middle, but I need that middle. All right. It's gonna go. Yep. One more. All right. So that's the tire. I mean, it's missing the rubber, but that's basically the tire. I think there's only going to be 2 of these, right? The 2 back tires. So now, finally, we put some of this rubber on. It's actually rubber. It's not wood like the rest of the build. Why does this not say ×2? I feel like it should say that. All right, there's a groove. There's grooves for these rubber. Glasses back off again. Let's get it on the grooves. Hopefully it's already locked in place by the wood, and this rubber is not going to knock it off. Hopefully, I say. We'll find out in a minute. Okay. All right, nice. That's on. Nice. How is this not on camera? I keep thinking that surely I'm on camera, and then I look at the monitor and I'm completely not. Okay. Tires on. Okay. There's the tire. Check. Tire, check. Check mark. Now, we're going to put this tire onto the car. Why did it not say ×2? I feel like it should have told me to build 2 tires. Did it say ×2? I feel like I should do a second tire because it doesn't seem to say it, but it's like obvious that I must. Oh yeah, there's the ×2. All right, we got the check mark. Now we must do it again. All right, so 2 156s. Let's do it again. It'll be easier this time. We know what we're doing, supposedly. All right. Let's pop these all out. Line them up in order. We know what we're doing now. We're not guessing. We know. There should be 5 of these, right? 1, 2, 3. 4. Yep, basically all of the pieces. When you pop them all out, it adds up to exactly the amount you need. So let's build us some tires. And this time we're not going to be as careful because we know they're going to fall out. So we're just going to let them fall out because we know they're going to lock in when we get to the next piece. So we're just going to kind of rough them in there and wait for the locking pieces in the next phase. All right, what's the next question? What is one of the best feelings in the world? Best feelings in the world. First thing that's popping into my mind is helping someone, but I feel like that's kind of vague. helping someone to become self-sufficient, like to see, to act, to think, kind of like coaching, like helping someone to achieve independence, something like that. Which I know that sounds like, well, if they're independent, why do they need your help? Well, it's kind of like that teach a man to fish versus, you know, giving him a fish type of thing. Man or woman. You want people to be able to fish, you know? Can't just like give them fish. That's what bears do. They park at the stream and wait. No, I guess bears fish. I shouldn't say that. Bears know how to fish. In fact, they fish very well. See, the tire's going much better this time because we're not acting like ninnies and because we know what's going to happen. But also, they're not falling out. I mean, that first tire, these pieces were legit just falling out. Okay, as soon as I said that, a piece fell out. It's under my pinky. You can see it there. But we're not going to get too worked up about it because we know that the next thing that we do is going to lock the pieces in. Well, there we go. You saw it fall out. Why is this piece not going? It's like, it's happening just like last time. It's like you get to the end, you're almost done, and then they start falling. It's like you struggle with one piece, and in that struggle, you start knocking off a bunch of other pieces, and things get worse. How do I not fall into that trap? Well, obviously, you got to get the angle right. But specifically, I want to avoid the trap of knocking off pieces that I've already gotten in. I think it becomes tough to get the angle as you have all these pieces in there because you can no longer fit your fingers in there. But help is on the way. We're going to be doing locking pins in a second. So you just have to kind of get them in as much as they'll go and don't try to get them perfect because they're going to get locked in on the very next piece. So it's got a bad angle, but I'm not going to fret too much because I know help is on the way. It's not even starting. Last piece. There we go. All right, now, what do we do? There's good wheels. That's it. We put the middle one in first. That's what we did last time and it worked. So let's do it again. Okay. How the hell did we get this done last time? There must be like one piece that is stuck on, but which piece is it? Maybe it's just like that until we put this piece on. Oh, that just went bad. Nope. That just went very bad. We definitely got to get that piece in. Can't move forward until we do. Look, everything's falling apart now. Because we didn't lock that middle piece in. Absolutely must get it in there. Let's get it in there. Piece fell out. Come on. I feel like it's gonna break, but I gotta do it. I gotta try. Did I push that in too far? It's like, just checking the pattern here. That middle disc slipped out again. Something's just not right here. Got one of them on. Got two of them on. 3. 4. One more, right? 5. Let's try this middle again. All right. It's clearly not as strong as the other one was, but maybe when I get the other side on, I could take another crack at this. Honestly, I don't even know how we got the other side done. I feel like we got kind of lucky. The first tire, I mean. Because we are like far from getting that one. All right. Let's try to get the back side on, and maybe then we'll be able to get that middle in. Looking pretty good so far. Wow, it's like on for a second, it popped right back off. The middle's definitely fallen out, but this back looks like it's, yeah, the middle's out. But this back, one of the pins is on, and the other ones are obtainable. They're lined up. Just gotta get them in there. Oh, that guy's blocking us. Definitely. Any others like that? Yep, there's another one. Because that middle is not in. So all these guys want to block us. There's nothing holding them. There's nothing then preventing them from blocking us. There's nothing holding them in position. But we're going to get them in position. We're just going to push them around until they do what they need to do. All right, that's it. Now, if this middle doesn't stay in, it's just never going to stay in. Because we got both ends on. And that's supposed to be the tougher job. I don't know why this thing won't go in. Is it upside down? Let's try the other way. I mean, it works so good on that side. On this side, it doesn't work at all. All right, let's try to push it in. It's gonna either go in or it's gonna break. It broke. Can you believe it? It broke and still didn't go in. It's like broken and it still won't go in. Well, that's just not gonna happen. Oh well. I could either tape it or just say oh well and move on with my life. I see the problem. It's those 5 pieces. You know what? What? Am I supposed to put it on this side? Yeah, I think I was supposed to put it on that side. So why did this one work? So I put the Goodyear on the wrong side. I was supposed to do this side. Do you think I should change it? It's going to be such a pain in the ass. I wish I had an extra that I could keep on while I'm putting this one in place. I'm not going to worry about it. Maybe I'll figure out something brilliant at the end. But for now, I'm not going to worry about it. Oh, the rubber. After I get the rubber on, I should be able to switch the fronts. Basically, it's the Goodyear that's on the wrong. It's the artwork that's on the wrong side, and I want to get it right. And after I get the rubber on, I should be able. It should hold it in place enough that I could fix it. But you know, maybe it won't. Maybe it's going to be a disaster. I guess we're going to find out. All right, there's one on. Okay. All right. The rubber's on. Now, do I attempt to flip the position of these 2 pieces? Could be a big mistake. Might want to just leave well enough alone. Yeah, I'm going to leave well enough alone. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll fix it like offline, but not right now. Okay. All right, we're done with those tires. Now it's time to put them on. 163 and 162. Do one on each side. 162. Where's 162? You know, there's a lot of extras here. I guess in case we broke. There's even the BAD. There's an extra of the BAD piece. What does 162 look like? Oh, it looks like the it looks like the piece labeled 163. Oh, okay. These were the 162s. These are the 163s. All right. About to put the tires on. There can't be much left after this. Well, I gotta lock it in if we want to be able to use the engine. I can't just like place it in there. It's gotta actually be on, and it's not at the moment. Maybe I can get it still. I mean, it might not be, it might be strong enough, but if I can get it stronger, I should. That helps. Now let's try this piece. It's on. I think there's better, but it's on. Well, I guess all the pictures have to be taken from the other side because the logo is not on this side. Well, I can just draw the logo on in pen. That'd be easier than switching those two pieces. Nice. Tires are on. Are they front tires, or are they really just those little, like, lawnmower tires go in the front? All right, we're building something now. What the hell are we building here? Oh, is it like shoots out some fumes or something? All right, anyway. Two 164s, two 165s, two 166s, and two 167s. 164 through 167, everything times 2. I don't even see the 164. Oh, is it on this page? Yep. This is like what they call a nitro burning funny car. There's the two 167s. There's the 166s and 165s. Are they in here? All right. Did they go in order? Yes, they do. Looks like they get smaller as they go along. Is this going to be another ×2 situation? Or is it just one of these? And while I'm putting these on, oh, we never answered what's the best feeling in the world. Oh, what would you like to accomplish by the end of the year? Finish Venduti but I'd rather it be quality. So it doesn't have to be by the end of the year. And also, it's never going to be finished, but it's an ongoing series. But I could finish the first story arc. Almost. Why is that not going through? We still got one more after this. You better go through. All right. It's like jammed here. Let me flip it over. But I don't think that's going to do any good. It's just going to get stuck on the other side. All right, there we go. I didn't flip it over, it just suddenly went through. I don't know. Something went right. Just backed it out a little bit and then pushed it back in and it went through. All right. Whatever that is, it's built. Are they showing to grab 2 more 164s and put them? Yeah, they are. Yeah, 2 more 164s. Okay. And put them through the other angle. Yeah, I'm sure this is going to be even tougher. But that's what we got to do if we want to finish this. Gotta wiggle it. If you force it, you snap it. Also don't want to get splinters. I don't know if that's like, hasn't happened yet, but I mean, it is wood. Especially trying to get it into this little spot. Probably should have greased them up. It didn't say to, but I think it would have helped. I could pull it out and grease it up now. It's almost in. All right, almost there. All right, what next? 168, 69, 270s, another 69 with 71. I'll just stack them up in order. Where are these pieces? There's the 70, that goes in the middle. 68 goes first. Then 69. Then 2 70s. Then another 69. And then 71, which has the artwork. I think this is the last thing. I'm getting a lot of cautions though. What are they trying to tell us with those cautions? They're telling us to line up the dot, this dot. See the dot in the square? They want it lined up. I don't know if they want it lined up with anything in particular. It all kind of looks the same, but they want it lined up. I think they're just saying keep it lined up. 3. And then at the end, get the artwork on the outside. 4. Wow, these going easy. At least we ended on something that's doable. All right, last piece. Artwork out. Wind up, by the way. This is the crank. This is the whole thing. Those are instructions for winding up. So I was thinking, like, what is this thing we're building? But it's actually an important piece. This is the wind up. This is how we power this. Remember that spring? The very first thing we did was we installed the spring. And now the very last thing we're going to do is we're going to install the piece that turns the spring. So this connects to something. What is that something it connects to? Oh, okay. Back here. There it is. You see that? That's where this goes. If we can get it in there. It actually looks to me like it's obstructed a little bit. Let me see if I can try to fix that. Where's that tool that I was using like for the last 3 days? There it is. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's obstructed. I don't know if I put the last piece on incorrectly. And if I redo the last piece, if it'll be a little better. Because if not, then we're not going to get anything going here. Wow. Yeah. I twisted the last piece and now I can't get it off. I didn't twist it, I just didn't line it up with the others, and because of that, I won't be able to get it onto the crank thing unless I redo this last piece. But for some reason, I can't get in there. Really jammed on. All right. Got it off. Yeah, I can't believe I did that. Put the last piece on the wrong direction. Okay, good. I fixed it. No, don't make my mistake. Here we go. Time to add the crank. It's on. It's on. We did it. We built it. All right, let's see what happens. Let's create some space here. Test this out. All right, is it in the stop position right now? How long should we crank it? All right, now I'm gonna press start and let's see what happens. Nothing happened. Now let me crank it some more. Oh, this thing is popping out. Remember on the first day it was popping out? All right. All right, let's just crank it some more. Maybe we didn't crank it enough. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, we got it cranked now. It's not going. tested this a couple of days ago and it was working. Now it's not. I just heard it. I just heard it unwind. So why did that power not go into? Well, it's done. Well, did I break the spring? There's the spring right there. It's still on. Did I break the rubber band? No, the rubber band's still on. Why does it feel like it doesn't have the tension anymore? You hear that? Something's not gripping. Yeah. Just spinning and spinning. Somehow those cranks didn't turn, and they not only did they not turn, they broke. And I'm not sure I could fix it without taking it all apart. So it's a dragster, doesn't move. I guess I'll try again on my next Ugears puzzle. Really tough to get this thing. Maybe it's not. Maybe I just failed. I'll take one more look at this thing. I don't get it. It's basically the spring is no longer connected. That's the sound of it not being connected. I had it connected. It released the power once. It didn't spin the cranks. It probably released that power back into and blew up the engine, basically.